Hello, welcome, good afternoon, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. The professor there took a trip to the casino, see if he can make back some money for that airplane ticket. What do we got going on here today? Just the FBI saying that our ex-president had many classified documents at his house. Uh, Sometimes I think it'd be just best if he went away. I don't think the Republican Party is going to nominate him again. I don't think the Republican Party is going to nominate him again. There you go. I just heard myself twice. Getting cold out here. I went to the doctor this morning at a cardiologist. I'm going to pump up my blood pressure medicine and do a cardiograph, something like that. Because my blood pressure is higher now. Could have been from all that cholesterol. Could be from all those pizzas I'd been eating up since I got back here. But man, then I get home thinking, I'll just wait on that place to call me up to schedule an appointment. And my mother calls. She needed to go somewhere, but my sister that lives close to her did not want to go down there. Has quite the attitude with her. No matter what, I mean, my sister assumed she was going to be able to retire at 62, just because when she was 62. I told her many a time, you're not going to be able to retire for at least 3 more years. Sure enough, now the pressure's on her. Instead of taking care of that earlier in life, she chose to wait to the end of her working life, so that's on her. But she doesn't need to cop an attitude with my mother because it's upsetting her. The only thing saving my sister from an ass kicking is the fact that she's a woman. Because if she were a guy, look out. But I took her shopping. I think my sister said to my mother, call him. He'll have to get off his ass. Well, I got off my ass lots of times in the future, enabled me to retire early. She's never thought about it till the very to the very end of her working life. Now she's going to work till 65. 65 or 66. Sucks to be her. But I can't stand for that, I mean, if I yelled at her, that's all it'd be. It wouldn't do any good. It'd fall on deaf ears. And she's the one that my parents chose to be the executor of their will. That was a bad mistake. Other than that, I mean, my mom's 85, and she don't need to be having no freaking coronary now, Oh, man. But anyway, there's David from Philippine American couple. By the way, anybody that's on here tonight that I know, go ahead and drop your link anytime you'd like. I keep forgetting this. I keep forgetting to mention that, but I know who you are. So not a problem with me because other people have done that for me here lately too. I'd like to. Not sure whether I can pronounce her name correctly. She'll have to correct me if I'm not. Simply not Nanette. I don't know if the Filipinos pronounce that E and I or an E. Not quite sure, but Ronald there stuck up his avatar, so when he gets back from the casino, he'll be joining. Speaking of the devil, how are those videos going there, David?
Well, they're going pretty good, man.
Yeah, huh? You getting a lot of comments, are you?
Yeah, a little bit here and there. You can always use more. So
You're trying.
I'm trying.
Give me that.
And I don't even show any boobs.
No. I have my man ones myself. I'm pretty proud. It took me a long time to grow those suckers. So thank God I don't run because that would hurt.
So how are you today?
All right. Yeah, I was just saying. I don't know if you heard me with the doc. My blood pressure's well, I don't get it because they give an extra 5 points when you hit 60. So what was that 147 over 86? Lower numbers high.
Okay.
So he bumped up the elodipine to 10.
All right.
And I think I may have had a ton of cholesterol from eating all those pizzas when I first got back. Because I think in 1 week I had 3. Oh, I ordered a Pizza Hut twice, 2 medium. And then I had one from this other place because mine wasn't picking up the phone. It turns out that my regular place, the pizzeria style pizza, not that. Oh man. Anyway, guy told me they're only supposed to be shut down for a week, and whoever did the floors effed them up, so they had to stay out another week. But I don't see how that could have stopped them from. Oh yeah, well. Yeah,
Sounds like you chemically assaulted your body after getting back.
Yeah. I lost 20, man. I got back and I was still over, most of belly, but I was at 192. Now it's almost 10.
That's all right.
I don't know, man. I don't cook shit, But I think that I've added, you eat all that dough, that all that bread ain't good for you. But it's like I got this addiction to pizza because over there you're not gonna get it.
Oh God, no.
I saw that Ned, that guy from My Philippine Dreams, whatever. He did a video and they were at the place, and we just got our pizza. I said, you know what? They go by the same name and they're round. That's when the comparison ends, because I don't know what it is. Even Shakey's, I'd been to Shakey's before there in Makati, and it was just like here.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they use some kind of vinegar, something. Yeah. Other places will scrape it off, and it is horrible. I don't know. I don't know why these guys can't get tomato paste over there.
Maybe they were using banana ketchup as the base for some.
No, well, I tried that. I don't care for that either.
No, that's nasty. I don't like banana ketchup either. But
Yeah,
yeah, I didn't
banana.
find any good pizza in the Philippines either, at all, in any way, shape, or form.
Well, in the photos, they always look good.
Mm,
So I'd say out on pepperoni, uh, cheese pepperoni.
yeah,
They'd always put ham on it.
yeah.
And this guy up there by in Dumaguete. Well, the guy that made him there, he's Italian. I said, that ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just it's uh, it's so wrong, man. I mean, I don't, I get used to the other stuff. The milkshakes aren't truly milkshakes, and the floats aren't truly floats.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm a pizza guy, and
pizza should be pizza.
it it isn't like you can have a different version of it. Um,
Yeah, you can put a different spin on it, but it is basically a true pizza is pizza flour and it's baked. Not some of the stuff I had in the Philippines is more like a piece of flatbread that somebody threw a bunch of crap on. And just disgusting. Angel's pizza is the worst that I ever had in the Philippines.
I tried it a couple different places, and I come to the realization that that's not going to happen. So I can do without it. I don't. I mean,
Yeah,
it'd be nice to have it once in a while. That helps me get off of whatever that glucose stuff or whatever. And, you know, just got to get me off Coca Cola now, boy. I'm like an addict, man. I gotta have it. But
you better start
it
drinking more water.
well, I always when working, I need that motivation, to get me going, to get me through all that baloney I had to deal with people. And it's either smoking a half a cigarette like a crazy man for
Hmm.
5 minutes, and downing all the coffee I could get. Now, I think I had coffee with my mother the other day. That was the first time since I got back that I touched it. I have a maker, but I don't really. I don't care for it over here. I had it. I had those little Nescafe Nest little packets. So cut
Yeah.
them up, put them in there. You're measuring it's 1 cup. So I got used to it, but it's best for my stomach that I don't touch it because I got an ulcer, something bad. So
Green tea, man. I'm a big fan of hot green tea during the cool months. I drink
it,
a lot of green hot tea, man, and it really seems to help my whole body.
I bought some 2 boxes, but I've yet to open them.
Yeah, I mean,
Green, black.
now I like the green. I drink black tea, during the summer
Mm.
tea, but during the fall, winter, and spring, I drink a lot of just hot green tea, and I really like that. I even make infused water green tea. So like when we have a party, I'll make a jug of water that has fruits and vegetables in it, and with a lot of
Yeah.
condensed green tea in it. It's good stuff.
I got them here, man. I don't know if they have an expiration date on them. I doubt it, but or if it is, it's probably a couple of years.
Yeah,
So I got
but we all love that
this Windows.
soda. Ooh, we do. We love soda.
Yeah, I can sit here like a glutton, and I get beyond the point of it tasting good, and then overdoing it makes you go, I don't even,
Yeah, that's
takes
why I
over.
am with soda, man. Is every once in a while it's good. I kind of get on a kick. I'll drink soda for 3 or 4 or 5 days, and then I start going, "Oh man, this is disgusting. I need to go back to iced tea or water or something."
Yeah, I was doing an apple cider vinegar thing when I was gone. When I got there, but that water they said was purified that we had. There's no way it was purified because no sooner I downed that other stuff, I'd be in the bathroom. So I brought a meter with me. I'm going to bring a meter with me this time, and uh, doing that 2-3 times a day, your your liver, your kidneys should be cleansed, but they never were over there. It'd always be, if you have dark or yellow, you got an infection going on.
Yeah.
And after I got back here, started drinking this water, getting the bottled water I had sitting in the garage. Damn near clear all the time now. A little bit when you wake up, but that's about it. So there's, and they never really said, well, here, take this to detoxify your liver and your kidneys.
Right.
But I gotta believe that they didn't mean that you should do it every day forever once it's even cleared up. Because once it's cleared up, you don't need it anymore.
Maybe just put it in your diet once in a while. But but when I got back to the States, my kidney failure rate was up by about 10 points. I've been lucky and it's come down over the last couple of months, but it for some reason, I don't know why, it went up while we were in the Philippines.
That's because you probably had stuff that wasn't what it said it was.
Well, I think, in all fairness, it's probably my fault because I drink Gatorade probably 90% of the time out there instead of just water. I drink Coke and Gatorade, but Gatorade I probably drink the majority of. So I drink a lot of Gatorade.
Yeah, I don't know. Best I lay off all it. I think next time I go out, when I get back there, I will do the bottled water from the stores.
Mm-hmm. That's what we did, and it was all right.
Well, I'll test it, but I can tell you it's dirty. I know it is. I believe they take it right off the tap, but people have been so used to it there, it don't bother them. But I mean,
I told somebody exactly that. I saw at different places where they have their purified water refill stations.
mm-hmm.
Okay. And I talked to a couple of people because I was real curious about the technology. And yes, they have a purified system that they refill the water jugs with, then reseal it and say it's purified water. But the question I had out there was, how often are you changing the filters? What's the maintenance on it? Because you can't purify something out of the same filter forever.
No.
You know what I mean? It loses its ability to be efficient. And nobody kind of knew what I was talking about. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, well, they probably didn't because I don't think like anything else. A lot of people bother with that. That guy Phil in the Philippines, he had a video, and he knew a guy, I think an American guy, that had obviously through his Filipino wife, had a filter, a water station, and he tested it with a gauge, and sure enough, that guy's stuff was, within the line. He said a lot of people don't even go through the lowest. I think the lowest purification process is for mineral, and there are other steps.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was his experience that he had gotten water that wasn't like they said it was.
And I think that's not only the Philippines, but pretty much everywhere you go, including
you know it.
Yeah.
You know it when you drink it,
You do. I mean, we've been overseas a number of times, a number of places, and I've been able to pick a bottle of water out of the store, like in Aruba, and that's a Dutch colony, but that water didn't have the same purification smell, So yeah, you kind of got to be careful everywhere, but your nose will tell you.
Yeah, if it's like a brand, and that seal isn't broken, I mean.
But if the brand is produced out of our region, then we're not used to it. Even if it's been purified and filtered, if it's all a Mexico system or Belize system, you got to kind of be a little careful.
Well, I mean, like what do we got? Aquafina here, those big ones, Asante, and stuff like that. But that's the route I'm going to go because I may have that myself one day because that isn't doing your health any good with that dirty water. It's a bit. It's. I had heard a while back. It's healthier if your body has some of those things like iron in it. Some
Mhm.
stuff that you get. Um, but that's just too much. I mean, last I checked, it was like about a $1,500 startup for the mineral purification process,
Yeah.
and they got all these all the things you need to process the water. The tanks, obviously, and these. I don't know if they do it chlorine. I don't even really. I didn't check in it too much, but they'll come to your place and set it up. You
Right.
know, so $1,500 investment for us is very reasonable. For them,
Right.
not so much. So they know people. They sell them for 20, 40 peso a 5 gallon jug,
Yeah.
something like that. That's almost $1.
Yep. And I think when we left, that's what it was. It was over $1 when we left.
Hmm.
Because everything started creeping up pretty well in the last few, everything's gone up in the last few months, as you know, everywhere. So the
Hmm.
prices have started to rise.
Yeah. So this guy, I saw this guy answered. It was on a pro leftist kind of channel there, and he says one comment. The guy says, "Well, Biden didn't have nothing to do with the price of gas." Well, yeah, he did. He did because he closed down that
Pipeline.
pipeline from North Dakota to South Dakota. And if a market is run on fear and speculation, well, people, even though it's there, it's still they got to make as much as they can, like they're going to run out of it next month.
Yep.
So they jacked it up to make up the difference. And yeah, he did directly have something to do with it because of what he did. You know, it did because those guys they want to push us towards electric cars. If you've noticed, there's a shitload of electric car commercials on now here, you know, and that's the way they want to push you. And they go and they sell. They cut ours. I think we were damn near self sufficient, and then they create it back. They put it back to the way it used to be,
Right.
where you're almost totally dependent.
Yep.
And
It's all about
all,
doing it.
all kinds of things, but what can you do? I mean, I don't like any of them, tell you the truth. But we had a former lieutenant governor a Republican that ran, and I heard in one of her commercials, she says, "Yeah, me and uh, Scott Governor Walker tried to have union reform. What that is they want to be able to tell you how much rights what you have, what you can argue, what you can't argue, what you can strike against, all that stuff." And this other businessman here, Tim Michaels, beat her. Good morning, Craig, because she was endorsed from number one by Pence. Not that he's a bad guy, but people hear Pence and they associate him with Trump,
Right.
so they're not going to vote for him. They turn you off. And then the former governor we had here was such a turnoff, and he's like a little dictator, just like a non-human type of person. And she had commercials with him endorsing her. Well, people got tired of his stuff, so they voted him out. If she would have not had Pence and not had the former governor, he lost office. He didn't quit. So people got that in their minds, and they think him, and they think she's just like him. So they call each other insiders and this and that, but she got a cushy lobbyist job for 165K a year. She used to be a news anchor here years ago, but I mean, I get tired of these commercials. Can I shut them off? I don't know, man. Because they all got the same pitch. So would turn me off almost, and almost turned me into. I think I'll be independent from now on because uh, the way she talked. She wanted to be. She says she wants to be your governor. Well, for people like you, she wants. No, it ain't like people like me. It's just people like you. You like. It ain't for the working people.
Right.
So I don't. I take that with a grain and let it go. I'm tired of that. Let some young guys start crusading because I'm wore out.
Well, I agree. Plus, one thing we learn as we get older is you just, you get one group of politicians in, then you get another one, and they change what they did, and they just change. They just keep doing it.
Yeah, things are so far to one side that the we were headed, if not still, we were headed for uh, some the humdinger of inflation here. But what the Democrats did was they upped the debt ceiling so they'd have room to operate, and all their formula, it would take a couple of years to take hold, not overnight. But if things are bought and sold the way they should be projected to be, then it works out great. But a majority of that package is supposedly will be able to pay for it, but they don't give a shit. I mean, if they ran a business the way they run that Washington, they'd be out of a job. They get fired. It's nice for a politician because they can come in there and do whatever they want. It's no skin off their nose.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever be able to pay for all the stuff that
Hell no.
politicians can or say that we should have. You know,
That debt is just a number. And believe me, if we ran businesses the way they run government, we wouldn't have a business.
I
And
agree.
and the difference between you having a business and them is they can raise their debt ceiling. You can't. I mean, you can only borrow so much money before the bank says, "Forget it, you're in over your head." You know,
Well, and then you also have to understand that they have a mandatory or a fixed customer, us, who has to pay them no matter what. So, they're set up in a system, the government is, to where they're going to get revenue coming in, whether anybody likes it or not. So, taxes.
I always say, and it took me a long time. I'm not one of those people that'll fall on a sword for any of those guys, but if there were a major cure-all for everything, it would have been done. You know,
Long time.
because there isn't. I mean, we have a senator here that's got a pretty good challenger from the Democratic side, and and there are a lot of jobs to be had. But when you have roots in a city and you have, you know, 30 years, 40, 50 years of being part of the economy here, and then all of a sudden you got to go to the northern or western part of the state to get a new job and get a different house and different everything. It's real easy for this guy to say, well, it isn't like there are any jobs out there when they, farm them off to China or Mexico. But it's not so easy for a regular guy.
I agree. I agree.
Green Bay, there's a lot of jobs in Green Bay. Green Bay, walking around Green Bay and going to the restaurants up there, it's just like here. It's no different.
Yeah, the tech industry is booming. Everybody's booming. They keep saying that they have jobs everywhere, and everybody who's unemployed is making so much money on unemployment. that they don't want jobs anymore or something. I don't know about that.
Ah, that that had been. I think that was exaggerated because what they
COVID.
did by telling you that, and they didn't offer anything. Like first they said, "Stay home." Okay, you stay home. Smaller businesses got hit harder because they don't not as big, and they went out of business. A lot of them, you know, they 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 couldn't survive even with that stupid loan.
Yeah.
But they came way too late, and they gave a lot of people at it. Whether it's right or wrong, a lot of folks didn't go back to the same job anymore. And
No.
I think there are ones out there that they're twisting this narrative the way they want it. You can't tell me that all these people that were affected by that don't want more money. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's not like the government was giving us $2,000 per month. You
Right.
know, and a lot of property owners, they got mortgages too. And they couldn't pay. They weren't getting any rent money, and you know, uh, tenants have legal rights. So, but then all of a sudden now they're willing to put that difference on the backside of your loan. What in the beginning they didn't want to do that. What the hell is that? You see, you keep the sharks away from you for 2 months. And uh, I don't know this doctrine, this inflation thing. It's what they want it to be. I mean,
Well, what inflation does, it sets a new normal.
what?
Now that gas prices around here has dropped to under 3.30 a gallon, people are like, ooh, but you're still paying a buck more than you ever did. But now they know the new push limit is 7, 8, $9 a gallon. So in a couple of years they'll do that again, and then the new norm will be 4 something. So it's just a way of testing the waters.
It would take quite a few generations for everyone to be into the electric. I just can't see that. They're trying to force it on you now, but I just can't see them doing that in my lifetime. Because in the Middle East, they have a lot of sand, so they can make windows. Since windows are made out of properties from sand, but
Well, solar is
you
a good.
probably be able to get a gallon for 25 cents, like it was 45 years ago.
Yeah, I think what they have to do, what they're going to do is start shifting the tax base. And this is what I think the long term plan is. I think what they're going to do is try to drive up solar, or try to get us mandated to solar or electric cars, whatever it will be. Then that tax rate is the new one on solar energy is going to be more than what we were paying in the first place on fossil fuels.
Hey,
So the government's going to make more money out of the shift.
they get the sun for free, and then going to charge you for
That's
processing.
correct. California is already taxing, you
Uh,
know. So
they had that going on here a long time, a couple 20 years or so, where a few people bought the panels, and that was it. That kind of petered out.
which still
But
very
they were definitely trying to shove this electrical car shit down your throat because that was their idea from the start.
yeah.
You know, I mean,
Well, the solar panel thing down south is still being pushed hot and heavy. The problem a lot of people don't get is the United States is about 10 to 15 years behind the country Australia.
hmm,
Australia has a huge percentage of solar power. They have the same system we do. You buy your solar panels, you pay a monthly fee for them. The
hmm,
solar company that sold you the panels put a lien on your house, and you got to pay this, and your energy bill goes down in part because you're selling energy back to the electric company. That's the strategy. Well, guess what happened in Australia, who's 10 to 15 years ahead of us?
Mm.
Well, it went from like 25 cents a kilowatt hour being paid back to you down to 2 cents. There's so much electricity being generated, the electric companies don't want to buy it back. So
No.
that's what's going to happen. And then you're still going to be paying that $300 a month for your solar panels.
Yeah. You know,
20 years.
whenever I hear, oh, it's cheap energy for everybody. Well, it is till they get their claws on it, and then it isn't. It's just they use that way of doing it to get everybody. Oh yeah, get excited. I'll get this cheaper than now. No company's in it to go back, or make very little, because a lot more companies today have different things going on. Like Daewoo's got TVs and cars, but it isn't worth me getting worked up about anymore. I just
Nah, I don't get worried about it either.
keep my checks coming. Try to. Here's Craig's in Australia. He still gets 62 cents a
Oh,
kilowatt.
wow. Hey, Greg, there's a big deal down in your part of the world. There's a lot of news coverage over this happening. So Google a little bit there in the country. And there's a lot of people very upside down financially because they invested so heavily. This has been on the news so much it actually made the news here in the United States. So it's happening. May not be.
How long would it take you for it? It depends on what they start charging higher. It would take you a lot more years a lot more years for it to pay for itself. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You could be ahead. They go, oh, we don't like that, so we're gonna fix it. So it's gonna take you 10 years to get your money back. Instead of 5 or whatever.
Well,
But I know a farmer there that I put him down. Guy's quite the character too. He got excellent farm videos. Just a few acres farm, and he's got a couple of panels to help him offset. Because they have a ton of freezers. To freeze the meat and all of that. So his solar, depending on what time of the year, he adjusts them. I don't recall if he ever said for certain how much that saves him. Maybe it makes him his truck payment. I don't know, but he bought that about 18 years ago, and he hasn't had anything bad to say about it. Because he's got to run. He's got to run. He's got a lot more electricity to be used than we do.
Right.
So, and he knows how to do it. He was a businessman, architect. Dad knows a lot of stuff, man. It's unbelievable. I mean, I had no teacher, but he did. 3 years to pay for itself. Had it for 15 now. I don't know if that would still apply today, though.
Yeah. The problem that the housing market has with solar panels in the United States is if you don't have them paid off, then there's a lien against the mortgage or the house.
Mhm.
And therefore, the new purchaser has to assume the loan on the solar panels. And there's a
Shit.
lot of people that have gotten stuck with a house because another buyer goes, now, wait a minute. I'm not going to finish paying your $10,000 off from your solar panels.
Yeah. It would be great in the Philippines, obviously, because their electricity is expensive, but they got some little things out now that you can do, and I don't know. I don't even know if you can get that over there. I mean, you can get it, but I don't know what the quality of it would be, because something like that would probably come from China.
Yeah.
Craig, where were your solar panels manufactured? I mean, what do they cost? I don't know, like 15,000, something like that, 10,000 nowadays. I'm not sure.
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, a friend had a knock on the door, and his house is about the equivalent to mine, I would say, and it was going to run him roughly 15 grand.
Yeah, but if you do that in the Philippines, boy, it could probably be 20 years to pay it off. Germany, well, Do they have a facility there in Australia that carries that? They must
Must, yeah.
if it's a big thing there because there's got to be some. I don't even know if they'd have maintenance or not. I don't think so.
There's not much. But German panels are really good. When we did the solar projects at the college, that's what we looked at was buying them from Germany. But under the stipulation of the grant we actually had to buy U.S. manufactured ones.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I'd. God.
What's interesting, I think the key to success is to use everything you got.
What's
Passive.
that?
I think the key is to use everything. You use a little bit of solar, active.
Oh, yeah.
Passive.
That's what that dude does.
You just whatever you got, you use every bit of it.
He does that on his farm. I'd have to go back and look at his videos, but he's an interesting guy. He's got practical experience. Now, this is the part of him that man, he was his mental health was suffering because the bigger the company got, and he got to be partner, the more work he had, and even in the jobs I've had, it got to a point where I wish I had something else to do. He inherited the land. His dad worked it part time. He does it, and he quit his wife's job was RN, the big money nurse. So she has something. They have shit to fall back on. If I went and did that, it's all in or all or nothing.
Yeah.
And I don't have that comfort in the back of my head going, this is what I can do if this hits the bottom, Yeah. So I believe his wife's going to go back to work. But anyway, the way he did it, and I'm thinking, I endured shit like everybody else, and I kept going. I didn't have any other choice. So for that kind of reason to be the reason or the excuse why you just couldn't take it anymore, believe me, it's a grind, man. I don't know how many people are out there that are under 50, but that last couple of years, man, it's a real. It's harder. That last couple of years is harder than the first 35 were, and because you're mentally you're starting to get wore out on it, and you're just at wit's end about stuff. But it might have caused me some heart issues that I have now. But who doesn't in life? I mean, nothing goes right, and then this job sucks. You got to do it every day. It's like that for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have the luxury of having 40 acres or whatever in my hand. Now, he does a lot of his own maintenance. He does everything. He buys old farm malls and rehabs them. That's what he uses. He's got an international. And he knows how to tear that stuff down and put it back. He grew up watching his grandfather do a lot of things. Plus, the guy is pretty intelligent. You know what I mean? He knows he's got a spreadsheet, what cost what. Pigs are like the least profitable for him.
Mm-hmm.
But the chickens are good. And he sells his stuff at a farmer's market, which helps him. But in the beginning, you got to pay a rent for that stall. But in the beginning, when there weren't no stalls, I forgot how he had to go about selling his stuff. So he has chickens, turkeys, cattle. He's got the Irish cattle. I forget what the hell they're called. Dexters. Yeah. So, he's comical, man. If you ever have some time, anybody out there, check him out. He's every video he's got's entertaining. He's got him on his farm, all the work he's done on his tractors, his day-to-day life. They got the chicken coops outside. They built it on top of what do you call it in the floor, like a cattle car. The floor has gaps in it, so the shit, you can scrape that off, or most of it falls through. And they keep moving these things like every couple days or whatever, when there's new grass there, then they can feed off of that. And he'll move them around, stagger them. He does his own hay. Sometimes he has to buy it. It just depends on the weather too. I mean, if it keeps raining, he can't go out there and harvest anything because it's damp. It's too wet. Balers, he works on all that stuff. He's got, if he had to factor in the cost that it takes from him, that would be a loss. But he's got a good reputation at the farmers market. A lot of people from all over the country come to visit him. He's near Ithaca. I think it's in Lansing, New York State, upper New York State. And he's the kind of guy that, if you got a tip from him, man, it's solid,
Yeah.
And he's not somebody that thinks they know or heard of somebody. He's experienced this stuff. The house they're in, their grandfather had it. I mean, it was almost dilapidated, and it took him 10 years to, he come off of work. He built that up. They lived in a trailer till it was done. Had 3 kids, and they did the barns and all that stuff. So I don't know. This guy must have pretty good genes because he'll slow cook a pork roast, the belly, pig. He'll leave it in there all day and rub it with whatever. And there's a difference. He feeds his chickens the good stuff, so the meat tastes good. The pork chops taste good.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't eat a pork chop here anymore unless I knew I was getting it from him. But the pork chops here in America compared to the Philippines are two different things, man. His are like the ones over there. It's like it's as enjoyable like a beef steak would be.
Sounds like he's using a ag-ri degree or just one smart old boy that knows how to farm.
He's he can catch on to something. His grandfather farmed the entire land, so it's been in his life, his whole life. I think he was, when he was younger, he said, "I can't wait to get out of this thing," but it brings him a lot of peace.
That's good. Everybody needs to find what brings them peace in life.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger his company got, the more work he had.
Yeah.
And the more work he had, the less time he had for his family and all that.
Yeah.
And but I mean, man, I was in that boat. I hated when I was in the factory. I couldn't stand it after 15 years. I was almost happy to my job with Mexico. I was just. It felt like I learned all I could learn from what I was doing, and I wasn't at the upper level at the intelligence department for that. So it got monotonous, man. It was just shit. I got paid good there, but when my job got reduced, I had to go from $18 an hour to 12, and I'm like, yeah, you can't do that to 12.
Everything gets monotonous. Every job, everything, just the way nature is.
It worked out good for him because the land was his. His father worked it part-time, so he's one of these guys where he watched a lot of this when he was younger. His grandfather do things, and he knows the history of a lot of things. He just doesn't jump into something. He knows what year it came out, what color it was. All the ones he rehabbed, they got all the lettering, whatever, where it was when it was new, and
so he
took his the heads.
That's why he likes details.
Yeah, I mean, dude's got it made. I mean, his wife might go back to nursing, but because I don't know, Social Security might suck, but he's got the math down on how much it costs to run it, and what is you don't want to keep doing something that's going to eat into the other profit. If you got chickens that are making you more, this guy, I don't think he's ever said what he makes at the farmers market on Saturdays, but he had to sell his stuff on the outside before a spot became available. Now the guy sells out a lot. I don't know how much he makes, but it must be pretty good,
Yeah.
But me, I gotta take one road and stay on it. I don't have all that stuff like that.
Well, and it sounds like it's become a passion to them. And, if anything's a passion, then, it's a good thing.
A local footy, what footy up here? Footy is it's almost like a foodie, eating different, loving food. That's kind of what David is down there, and the Chinese restaurants must love him.
That's right.
Greg will be gone, so thanks for stopping by.
Got a drive daughter to.
And I'm sitting here. I'd like to start packing a lot of this stuff, but I want to know for sure. I don't want to pack shit and ship it, and then I need it back.
Exactly. The key is for you to think about in your situation is, no matter what, one way or the other, eventually that's where you're going to be permanent. So if there's anything that that you can do now and would be much easier for you to do.
I keep these boxes I get from Amazon because these are good boxes, and I can pack some loose stuff in them. When I look at it now, it's like, what do I do with all this? Well, I got these different shape size boxes that I can reuse. And I start throwing it in there, but I hope the heart thing works out. Hey, John, I hope the heart thing. John Baker's in the lovely California now.
Hey, John, good to see you again, my friend.
I don't know, man. I got to do a lot of heart. What do you call it? Shit. A cardiogram.
Oh, you got to do an echocardiogram?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have mine at the end of the month. So I have another
one. It's been a long time since I had one. So my blood pressure wasn't this, it was perfect over there, And all it takes is one thing to get you worked up, and it's well, it does, man, because I got my mother all freaked out because my sister's talking to her like disrespectful. Why, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
If she were my brother, I'd beat her ass. That's what I'd do. But I can't do that. Her being a girl, but
no. Plus, we wouldn't solve anything anyway.
No, but if there were a man, if that were my brother, then it sure would make him think. But she's that. All of a sudden, she spent her whole life doing whatever, and now I told her to find out beforehand. I said my father's thing at the cemetery. I said, she's telling my cousin how she's going to retire next year, and I can't wait. And I said, listen, you're going to be short on the work years here and the points, and it's better for you to find out now than to wait till that day and then be bummed, because she don't have a pension. So, I'm going to get 1,300. I said, look, man, I've made way more money than you, and that's what I'll be getting. But so don't be telling me, she's probably looking at the $900 range.
Yeah, probably a lot of people don't realize how little you get if you just meet the bare requirements. If you just have enough credit, you only get about $700 to $800.
Yeah, I told her to go to a Transit Plus, which was a sister company of the transit system here, and they pick up the people with the wheelchairs or quadriplegic or whatever, and like my mother, they'll call up and make an appointment to take her to the store. Yeah. And I told her go to work there. They paid more. You have a chance for supervisor position, So
John doesn't know what he will get, but I promise you, John, from all of your beautiful properties, you're going to do just fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Once a good guy,
Uh,
you're going to do just fine.
but the reason why I settle that's because all of a sudden she's got an attitude now. And I tried telling her, look, even though you got to work, you're really not going to bump it up that much. See, what a lot of people don't realize here is, like me, before I was 57, I said, what if I retired at 57? What would I get from my Social Security when I hit 62? Because it's 70% or 75. And I looked at the difference. It was less than $100. So why should I work 5 years for $100?
Well,
You
the
know?
key is this: what a lot of people don't get about Social Security and about the amount you get per month.
Hmm.
It doesn't really matter once you get the credits how many more years you work. It's about how much you make during
Yeah.
those
Well,
years.
well,
If you're
for
making
her,
grand a year for 25 or 30 years, it's still a little money. If you make 150 grand for the 10 years, you get a bigger check. Because
yeah.
it's about the percentage that you pay in, not about the
Hmm.
years worked.
Well, she's got it because she don't have either. So I tried telling her the last 3 years I worked there, I worked a lot of hours, man, a lot. And that helped me to get what I'm getting. If I wouldn't have done that, if I would have been like a couple of guys I know over there go, like 40 in their early 40s, say, well, wow, why should I do that? I'll just work the 8. Well, I said for two reasons. Your pension will be bigger and your Social Security will be bigger. I don't know what two more important things in the world that for you, to support your family with,
Yeah.
or yourself or whatever the case may be. But she never made enough. So now she's copping an attitude because it sucks, you know.
Well, maybe she
And
thinks she's going to live off of your mother's
she
money or estate or something.
I told her, I said, look, you got to face this. I said, you're going to have to work the rest of your life, whether you like to or not.
Yeah.
But what this will do is you don't have to work any of that extra stuff anymore. The money you make from the regular trips you do with she works for a school bus company. You don't have to do all these. Now she's doing all these extra charters. I said, when that day comes, you don't have to do that anymore. You can just do and you can be off for the summer. So
Yeah.
that's your life. That's the way it goes. I don't think she likes it because she's older than me by 2 years, and I got to retire, and she didn't.
Yeah.
So
Well, now
she's
I personally think retirement's overrated, folks.
yeah,
I, I,
yeah.
uh, I don't know how you guys feel, but I still
Uh,
wish I was a working. I
I
wish I was a working man like nobody's business.
I have been I've been gone for almost 2 years now from there, and I can only watch so much TV, even the YouTube stuff, and you know, and I live for the nice weather. So over there, I got enough land there. I can do some putts around every day. Maybe get some chickens or something. And but if you retire and you just sit here and
Right.
watch TV, it's you know, it,
You got to have a purpose. You got to find something
yeah,
that keeps
whatever it may
you motivated.
be. If you like taking photographs of nature, go do that. But you like gardening, you be out in your backyard. But to sit in front of the TV all day is wasted time.
The bad thing, what I hear from a lot of guys that are retired and who had to retire early is like in my situation, I've been retired 7 years and I've hated every year of it. But um, the sad thing is once you are retired for everybody, you go, yay, I'm retired. Now I can finally do all the things I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But your health prevents you from doing all of those things that you always wanted to do when you were younger.
Well,
And so it's kind of like,
yeah,
you know,
I kind of feel bad sometimes when I was there and we go out to the beach and well, I can't carry that. I could, but then I'm going to pay a big price for it.
that's it.
So when we go out there, I can only sit still. I had to get up and move around because sitting down for any length of time, my back hurts. Standing up,
Hmm.
my legs, get blown up.
Yep.
And I have to be able to do it when I want to and where I want to. And if I'm working a job that I gotta have, I won't be able to do that.
Oh yeah,
So
that's I've had a lot of people say, well, why don't you go ahead and teach online and do this and that part time? And I tell them, I said, with my heart failure, I'm not reliable enough. If I wanted to teach a class for 16 weeks, I may not be able to do it.
there's John. John chases his 28. His wife is 28 years younger than him.
Yeah.
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 But
Well,
you understand this when you're not going to want that as much anymore. She will. But really, when you're young, that's all you think. Yeah, my knees. It's all like that, man. Exactly, John. John was in what, North Dakota?
yeah.
Boy, oh, and I bet you just a piece. I bet your whole mindset is different out there in California with the weather. It's just when I wake up. When I was in the Philippines, um, I could wake up with the weather I wanted right away. I didn't have to wait till 2 in the afternoon for it to work its way up there and then take a nosedive. So I wake up in a good, good space, in a good spot. You know, my day starting is good from the moment I open my eyes, but not here.
Yeah, but you live up in the crazy northern land, man. You live
Yeah.
over where all you northerners, whew, I don't
Well,
know
you
how
get
people live up
you,
there.
you still get that frost and stuff down there, but you don't know.
Oh yeah, and every once in a while we get snow, but it doesn't last more than a day or two. And
You
look,
get
if
that.
it's really bad, I can take off and go to Florida for the weekend. You know?
Yeah, I can't see how my mother's side of the family is Scandinavian. I must not have a bit of that because I can't. I'd have never made it there. You know, I'd have never made it in Sweden and Norway and Finland and all that. Oh,
Uh-oh.
here's
Trouble.
somebody just woke up.
He's a troublemaker.
Oh,
One of
but
those Scandinavian.
I can I gotta watch because I don't have a lot of doctor's visits now, so I gotta watch the. Man, I'm gonna be poor pretty soon. All right, ironing shirts going home. Oh, you're leaving at nine in the morning for that Germany. Going on a little excursion with his friends. Some of his
Oh,
friends are.
nice. Well,
Uh,
we're traveling.
but I can you know I can do what I want to. I can do what I want to do and do it when I want to do it. Um, I I um, I
Hope
had
your
a job
daughter.
once. I had a job once. I did it part time, and this younger guy with me, he wanted to go fill up the. I worked at fueling airplanes from it was at 6 o'clock a.m. to 10:30. Then I worked second shift, and I did it because I didn't have any mad money, but I had plenty when I did that. Always $150 in my wallet. So the kid would want to go. He was like 22, and I tell him about what I'd have to do on my day. He said, "Oh, it must be nice." I said, "Yeah, it is," because he was being difficult. He's been an asshole. So he would want to go fill that truck up, and that truck took about a half hour to fill it up with Jet A fuel. And I said, man, I'll leave at 10:30. It's 10 after 10. I'm not going to the fuel farm there. You know, I said, well, we both chose different paths, dude. This is extra money for me. So you can't, you can't force me. Nobody can force me to stay here. If I don't want to come in, I won't come in.
Yeah.
It ain't going to affect my life. You know, that was nice because these guys could say whatever they wanted to say. Yeah, they got Scandinavian, northern Wisconsin all over here. The
Oh
French.
yeah. You guys have mass quantities. Because you got to remember the Vikings actually discovered America long before the Spanish.
Yeah, but I think they were up there with the northern part here.
So
That's a big debate. If you look at some of the
I think the
people that got
Chinese was here before them.
some of the people that have Aztec, you look at, the Asians have been here,
They've
you
been here
know.
long before them. Yeah.
Yeah, because you look at an American Indian and you can see it in their eyes all over the Americas.
Yeah.
So, who's more this and more that?
I don't know.
Not me, man. What hours does your wife work now? Second shift?
Mine, yeah, she's at work now.
Yeah. She drives herself or you pick her up?
Um, Today she drove.
Ugh.
Some days I do it, and some days
So
she
you
does.
wave bye-bye, huh?
Hi, honey. Hi, honey. You're probably
Have a
watching.
nice night. Yeah, how was your day? It's okay. That's enough. Don't tell me anymore about it.
Yep. So, but yeah, she drove herself today.
Well, you could be a greeter there.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Hi,
when I was
Walmart. What the hell do you want here?
when
Yeah.
I was in Tennessee there at Bud's house,
Mm-hmm.
um, this lady is probably 80 plus for sure, 85 or more, and such a sweetheart, courteous, polite. Oh, it was enjoyable to talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Well, Southern people are generally, pleasant to be around.
Yeah, it's kind of strange sometime when you walk into a gas station at 2 in the morning and somebody says, "Hi, how you doing? How y'all doing?" But here you look in there, they're looking at you like you're gonna rob them or something.
Mm-hmm.
But every year I used to go down to Florida with my second set of kids there, and every year, every same time, same lady, 2 in the morning. That never changed. You know, me at 2 in the morning, nah, not talking too much.
Well, down south they have. The further south you go, like into Florida, it really isn't the South anymore. It turns back into
No,
the
yeah, you
down in
you got to go
Central
to.
Florida, we have a bunch of Yankees like you hanging out down there causing trouble.
Well, they call them snowbirds there in Florida.
You know.
Uh, but you lose that hospitality thing to a degree. You got it more in Texas, yours, Louisiana,
Alabama,
uh,
Mississippi.
Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah. You got to
I,
love traveling through the Gulf states.
oh
So,
yeah, man. I like that. I like that just as much as I did going to the final destination. It was nice. I mean, you didn't have to when you just sat there and you listen and you experience it, man. It makes you feel better. It makes you feel good.
it does. It
You know.
does.
I told a young man who was on my bus one day. I said, I was kind of having a crappy day, and all of a sudden he got on there, and this young guy, I said, you don't realize how you just affected you just made my day with your personality and attitude. I said, he didn't realize that,
Hmm.
because he just from talking with him that raised my spirits, so.
No, that's a good thing. Happy people, it's hard to be happy all the time. We're
Ah,
none of
yeah,
us are very good at it, being happy and thoughtful all of the times, but we can appreciate when others are.
man, I was so stressed one day. I think I was rude to some of my regulars, and I didn't even, I had to stop and go, wait a minute, I said, I know you though, don't I? This one lady, she said, yes. I said, Louis, her nickname was Louis or Louis. I said, she used to write for the Milwaukee Journal. She did an article in there. I guess it's a spot for anybody, you know, garden variety type uh, rookies that would, anybody could do it, but in that one spot, they took turns.
Yeah.
And her and another guy knew from the post office, and he got on my bus one time, and it was winter, so he had his jacket on. A big guy, and he worked at the post office, and I didn't recognize him until almost he was off. And then another guy went. I drop off. He was like kind of a regular to go out to the way the other side of town and go to work. And the guy was like, if he misses, I said, hey, if you miss my bus, how you gonna get there? He goes, I got to take the 27th Street and walk. Dude had to walk down from 27th Street. He had to walk like 6 miles.
Holy crap!
And the dude didn't squawk about it. So I had regulars like that. I always look out for them, you know. They're the kind of folks that made my day. But with those 3 people I mentioned, man, one day I was like, you know, I thought I had a ride around, like, ah, shit, you know, hey, give him a little grief. Guy didn't squawk, and then they give me a little time to think about it. Hey, I pick you up every day, don't I? I said, yeah. He wasn't. These guys, they weren't mad at me. You know? I apologized to him because they're what made my day worth doing. You know. So what you got going on in your channel now? You're going to be what's your content like?
Mine's everything that we do. You know, we are the Philippine American couple channel. We're not all Philippine. We're not all American. We are just things that we do. We do a lot of open box videos. I'm working on one today about a new phone case that I got, a waterproof phone case that's supposed to be really good for you can go to the beach with it and still use your phone. So I'm doing some experiments with that before I.
You got some pretty interesting things that you find.
I do. I like gadgets, you know, and I probably spend too much money on them, but I like gadgets, you know.
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that coffee? Was that a coffee pot you got or something like
that? Which I know is kind of stupid because all it does is heat up hot water, you know. But it's really cool because it has all the little LED lights in it and different temperature settings. So like, this is cool.
That reminds me of the you know what I got to the Philippines this past time, and the it had coffee in that little tray and all that packets, and I thought, well, where's the maker? Where's the coffee maker? You know, I didn't realize that you put that packet in the cup and you plug that thing in and it warms the water up to a boil, then it shuts off.
Yeah.
And I was like, I called up the front desk. I said, where's a coffee pot at? It's like a hot plate, sort of, you know. And she kind of laughed a little bit. Oh, that's not a, that's for heating up the water. It happens within 3 minutes or less. I don't know.
Mine's really fast. Mine will bring water to a boil in less than a minute. And it works.
I didn't have it explained to me, but I put it together after I got to my final destination. Because I did have coffee. Or what I was doing was put the water in there, and then I put it in a microwave for whatever. And I thought that's what you did, but apparently I was wrong. but I didn't feel all that bad because they couldn't really explain the difference between the two to me either. So, oh, that one isn't a maker. It warms water up. Okay. Why? I didn't get into how-tos and stuff. Bought a flip phone at Walmart, new in the box. It has someone else's name. People, really? It must have been a return item.
That or the phone number had been recycled too many times.
Man, I had a girlfriend a while back, over 20 years ago. She got a new number every week. Oh my God. If she wouldn't have been messing around with so many guys, she wouldn't have had the problem with the phone. Right?
There you go. At least she was friendly.
Yeah. Problem with her was to a lot of people. That was her I nicknamed her Sybil. She was like a multi-personality thing,
I think I dated one of those many years ago myself.
I have become spoiled with these smartphones, but I'd really rather have a flip phone. To tell you the truth, I don't. I if I'd have had a flip, I thought having one of these for the longest time because all I want to do is make and take calls. But now I can do so many things with it
Yeah.
that it's become. If I leave the house without it, I can't stand it. But
Well, now there are GPS systems, there are cameras, there are documentation devices. They're information at a fingertips. You know how much you
yeah,
spend on
you
account.
can take this
Figure it out.
phone and like my computer, my desktop, I can print stuff, wireless, and I can take this phone and take an email, or you send me an email of whatever, and I can print it out on my copier over there.
Yeah, pretty cool.
So I'm wondering, should I take that one with me or shouldn't I?
Well, we take ours. We just swap out SIM cards.
Well, I'm talking about not the phone, but the printer, the
Oh,
copier,
yeah,
because I may not be able to get my ink cartridges.
yeah, yeah.
And besides, over there you can get electronics ain't as cheap as people might think.
They're not.
It's costly, believe me. Even though Japan ain't that far away, what I would pay um, for the laptop I got that cost $800 over there, I'm paying 1,300.
Well, I looked
And,
at printers the last time we were there. When we were there,
mm,
and they were no cheaper. And the printers that I like and I use, which are HP's multi-purpose,
mhm.
they were the same price in the Philippines as they are.
Yeah, HPs I seen in there. But when I first got one years ago, I had to have all these different color ink cartridges. Now it's one black and one for color. And uh, I like the ones that have the fax and all that on it. You can fax me something off the phone,
Yeah,
and I can print it out because a lot of times I'll go because I'm new to all this. I'm just wow. I'm still wowed by all this electronic stuff you can do.
yeah,
Like I got an app that I can remotely do my cameras with on my gimbals. It's pretty cool. If you'd have told me I was a kid, I'd have thought you was nuts. But
yep.
but I think I'll get one. I think it's two something for uh, for the everything, laser jet, um, copier, fax, all that shit. So I'll be I'll have it. So if I need a document, I could have my son, if I get mailed to his house, hey, fax me this or send me a email and I'll print up the fax.
Yeah, you can buy the generic or the
Yeah.
non-American branded ones in the Philippines, less
I,
of course in HP, but the
hmm,
HP, the Canons are all the same price as here in the
I
United
got
States.
a Canon. You know what? But in today's world, though, I think it's like two or three companies that own all that shit that's out there. And people don't realize that. That Canon might be the owner or the parent company of I don't know anybody else out there. But uh, I mean, it's at your fingertips. I don't have to, in days of yesteryear, I don't have to have something mailed to me. I can, send it to the email and then I can print it. I still am not proficient on it. Working a lot of these things. Yeah. Yeah. John likes the laser jet too. I have a friend. I had a friend that had a laser jet, and this one I have here is a HP Envy Photo 7855 model. And, like you feed stuff in it, brings it down and it prints it, copies it. It's a pretty good one. He couldn't really tell the difference between his and mine. But they make when you fire one of these up though, I don't know about yours, John or Dave, but they make so much freaking noise you think the thing was falling apart.
Oh, mine's quiet as mine barely makes a whisper.
This one's click click.
Yeah, the older
Does all-
models that I've had through my job and work, and And before I went to the Philippines this last time, was that away. But the latest one I got real quiet.
Lot of things that because they're costly, print they don't recharge or refill these printers. You have to buy new ones for the
They're
ink.
disposable. Yeah,
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't do that anymore because they found that they weren't making as much money. But I what I didn't like before is that I hardly I hardly needed it, and that ink after a long time will dry up.
dries up.
So, and if you get the extra size, extra big, make 40 some dollars for the two or the one. So I was surprised that when I left here in January, I was in the Philippines for 6 months. I came home and that printer's still printing, both color and black and white.
That's good.
Yeah, man, I was surprised. I don't think my son is. I got a double water bill now with a penalty on it because it wasn't paid like it was supposed to be while I was gone. So, my neighbor told me, well, I cut your grass once and the other guy did once. I said, oh, yeah. Okay. He was slacking on that stuff. I had my mail sent over there. And so I told him, I said, the next time I go, it'll be good for good. The only thing you take care of is you send me money. At the Western Union won't let me send money out of my own account, but they'll let him send it out of my account because he's on my account, one of my accounts. So they won't talk to me no more. But
Well,
um,
I'll tell you, the Charles Schwab account worked beautifully in the Philippines.
I don't I
We
don't
just
have a bank. Don't you have to have a banking account over there?
no Charles Schwab. My account is here, and when we go there, we get reimbursed for the ATM fees, and you can take out like up to $1,000 a day as long as the ATM machine has it.
Where do they make their money then?
Well, Charles Schwab is a gigantic financial company,
Yeah,
and stocks and bonds. I have other
yeah.
stuff, but their checking account even pays a decent interest.
So what is this? Is the idea behind it that you might be wanting to do a different business with them?
I think so because I do.
Okay.
After I got my checking account set up, I liked it so well. I opened a brokerage account.
What bank handles their stuff, or do they have their own
Charles
outlet?
Schwab, it's theirs.
I don't even know where one of those banks are here.
There's only probably 20 or so in the United States, but it's all done electronically.
Oh, okay.
So I have a local bank. Here's how I worked it. I have a local U.S. bank, right? A
Hmm.
local Arkansas, the Southern Bank. And
Yeah.
I actually have money that goes into both accounts. So I can send money back and forth to Charles Schwab or my local bank. I have income going into both. So that way, if one doesn't work over there, I have the other option.
No, I at this point in time don't mind. I don't mind having to pay $4 to have somebody send me my money as long as I get it. That's the most important thing. If I'm going to squawk about $4 or $5, then I probably shouldn't be doing it.
No, I
But
agree with you. I agree with
um,
you on that.
I have that one with my son. I think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to open one with TransferWise. They just call it Wise now. You get the highest market rate at noon of that day. You know, so I checked into it once for the particular time of the day I sent it, and if I would have went with them, I would have made 700 more peso.
Yeah. No,
So,
John, you're right. They don't call themselves a bank. They call themselves a brokerage house.
so
But
do you have a transfer set up with your regular bank to Charles Schwab?
I have it to where I can do it.
Oh, okay.
So because I have money that goes directly into both accounts.
You know what? I belong to Huntington now, and they took over TCF, Total Customer Friendly. These guys are awesome, man. Hey Craig, their online banking is freaking it's so well laid out, and when when you go to transfer money between accounts, you can do it from another bank. I
Mhm.
don't know. I never asked about it internationally, but every step that you do, it'll ask you, is this correct?
Yeah.
Or you can print out any portion of that transaction, because I don't tell a lot of these bill places. I keep them both, because if my computer crashes,
Yeah.
then I have proof. If I'm totally uh, by the computer, I don't have nothing to back it up. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm screwed. To
Well,
me.
there was three reasons I went with Charles Schwab a few years ago. Three basic reasons. One, they reimburse you for any ATM fees in the world, which is great, even in America, everywhere. So that was a big one. The other big one for me was if I'm in a foreign country, no matter where, and if I lose my card, Charles Schwab on their dime will get me another card.
Hmm.
So I
Are
could be
they
in Belize and lose it, and if I need it shipped to Belize, they will get me another card.
so that they do they send it to a bank where you can pick it up?
Well, they send it to like DHL, Western Union,
Oh, okay.
mail service to where because they
You
probably
know,
don't have a branch.
you know what I saw. You know what I saw. Why I do have money sent the way I do is because if you have a bank account there, yeah, I think you can. I think yeah, they have a debit card, but
Hmm.
every day there's got to be at least 50 to 100 people waiting to get in the thing. And I'm thinking to
Yeah,
myself, the last thing I want to do is stand in line. That and once you get to talk to the person you need to talk to, if you don't have all your stuff right, first you got to stand all that time to get the information. Then if you don't have everything right, you got to do it again. And I'm not into standing in line out in the
no.
sun, you know.
Well, one of the things, the third reason for Charles Schwab for me was it has the highest limit that you can take out of an ATM at one time.
Okay.
So if you need $1,000, you can take $1,000 out.
I can do that with Western Union, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's really important because
Well,
during the typhoon when we were there, and everything went to hell in a
Mhm.
handbasket, and you would have to wait hours in line to an ATM machine. At least with the Charles Schwab, I could just keep taking money out, boom, boom,
Right.
boom, 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 and didn't have a problem.
Every time over there, if I want to transfer wise, that would be like you'd pick it up at Cebuano,
Yeah,
I think. But every time we went to Western Union, it was, that was it. Walk right in, get it, and go out.
the real
So
key though is to be redundant. You need to have, and you know this. My advice is to always have multiple ways, whether it's
yeah, yeah,
Union, whether it's the other one, like Zoom or whatever it is,
yeah.
MoneyGram. You got to have
Because
multiple ways to get that money.
because when I had an issue because I had it sent. My wife had her ID from when she was not married, so that's who it was sent to, and that's who would pick it up.
Yeah,
Well, I made them. One time when I was over there, I sent myself. What do you call it? I got to send my wife whatever $300, and they said they denied it. And I thought, what the hell's going on here? So I called their 1-800 number. And they said, well, we see you're in the Philippines. I said, what's that got to do with anything? You know? So, hey, Craig. So I said, well, what's your wife's name on there? So I told her the name, but the name wasn't my last name. So right away they go, they don't want to deal with me. I mean, I exhausted everybody. They had me on the loudspeaker and everything. So after I got back, I tried, and they passed me around. That's all they did. No, I said I entered the correct information. I can verify that information, but yet they won't deal with me, and that almost made me want to call them some. Uh,
got names.
it's sacred in India, right? The cow.
Ah,
Okay, so I was going to call them a cow effort, but
oh my goodness.
yeah, but
Oh, you're a troublemaker.
I was. I said no, and I thought to myself, well, I'll open. I had my son try to open up, and with God, what is it? Two they got Mittly. They got
Mentally. Hmm.
yeah. There's two of them though. There's a
There's like
something else.
A Zoom,
No,
XOOM.
I meant Remitly. There's two different companies that have that name in it,
Ah,
and my son tried it, and they said that it was on the bank's end, and the bank said it was on their end where they couldn't get past a certain point.
well,
You
and
know,
we opened up accounts up in the Philippines. So we have bank accounts there, and they don't communicate well with other banks. And just
no, well,
from my
but
experience,
I know this. If you have a debit card, they'll ship it from that bank to the. Now, when I had TCF, they were nothing more than a Hicktown bank. Really, the service wasn't great, but Huntington, they got their stuff together. So I might, I really don't want to have any, I don't want to have a bank account there and then something happened and my money's just
you don't want
gone.
to.
Because my wife wants to be able to go, and I'll be keeping track of it because I got to know where it's going for the time being. I don't have extra money to be handing out this point in time, especially now to have these doctors, the co-pays, for these specialists. But they bumped up my blood pressure medicine, so maybe that's the ticket. So what's going on? How's the weather down there, Craig?
Yeah, it's all right. I've had a shit of a week, Tony. So
Yeah, it's about 50 degrees down there, about 15,
I chopped
20.
I chopped the top of my little finger off on Wednesday.
Uh-oh.
Why would you do
Yeah.
that?
Well, yeah, it was an accident.
You'd say it one more time, I'll cut my finger off.
Fuck, I just I
Damn.
was so happy, I got one of the old cars out of the garage, hadn't been started for 8 months, and I was playing around with it, got it started, and then shifted it, and then the back two tires were half down, so I thought I'll get the compressor out and pump them up, and then the compressor wasn't building pressure, and I put my hand near the fan, and I just instantly see which way the air was blowing. I just clipped the top of my little finger on the bloody metal blade, and it like sliced it up.
Yeah.
Oh,
with snow blowers here with the auger in there, and anything that
Perfect.
I clear jams in the lawnmower and the snowblower with a stick, because if there's energy built up, that energy's got to go somewhere once it's free, and it's gonna if you have your whole hand like that or whatever. But the thing of that is once that thing starts to blood starts to flow to it again, it throbs like a mother.
Yeah, it's like it's not just the nail and just the top of the finger, but 27 stitches or something.
So you've been off of work then?
Yeah, I didn't work last night. I was supposed to work last night, but got someone else. So
you know what?
the problem was they put me on morphine and antibiotics, and I was dealing with the pain all right, but then I don't know, Thursday afternoon, I must have had a reaction to one of them because I was throwing up for 10 hours every half hour. So I stopped taking the antibiotics yesterday, and that seems to have, and I cut the morphine down. So yeah, who knows? But fucking, I can't believe it. Just glanced at it. It's one of those. I was so happy getting the car going and everything, and then fucking turned to shit.
When I was in the Army, I had the munchies one night just before they started to check for weed, So I had this can of peanuts where you got that little key, you twist it off all the way around, and I wanted those peanuts so bad, and I took the cover off like that, and I put a gash into my thumb almost all the way through, and it hurt like a mother, man. I mean, they didn't give me nothing. I waited the whole night before I went to the hospital on the base, and it hurt. I hurt so freaking bad, man. It was like And my sergeant says, "Oh, I would have thought you would have taken off the whole day for that." And I said, "I didn't even know I could." Because if I'd have known that, it would have made me feel better. But all I knew was I had to work. That's my thing all my life. I got to go to work. I can't let nothing stop me. So they had me in a sling. It was my middle finger, as a matter of fact. And then they had me in a sling, and they had it wrapped up, so it's like this. And the post commander comes in, and I'm walking at him. I got he's looking at my finger, he sees it's wrapped up, because if I had it, I had to keep it so to quit the pain, And then we had a captain too, and I said, I kind of liked it, man, because I had an excuse for it to be sticking up because it was healing, But I didn't say nothing to him, but maybe I had that look that like fuck you, We had some of our officers were once you have a degree in anything, you can be an officer. And because you have that degree, they could take you and put you somewhere that you have totally no experience, but you got to manage this. That's where the problem lies. So we had a secretary there, civilian, that whatever her husband got put in charge of, he was a captain. He would work that job for a week or two to see what it was all about, the ins and outs, all of that. So if somebody came to him with an issue, he'd have a good idea pretty much what it was, and how to rectify it. So, did the company give you time off, Craig?
Self-employed, mate. So it's,
Oh, you're self-employed.
Yeah, I don't work. I don't get money. But anyway, the car was out last night, so I made some money. But yeah.
Oh, so you have a garage with different modes of transportation sitting in them?
No, I got a couple of older cars, like 42 years old or whatever, and because I had a few days off, and then I decided to clean up the backyard a bit, dismantle a 10-year-old trampoline that was rusting out, pull that apart, and then shifted the car into the carport. Well, got it going, and then shifted into the carport. Just having a general, because it's getting closer.
What do you have? Is that like an Uber type thing?
Taxis. Yeah, got a couple of taxis. So if I don't, Anyway, I managed to get an old mate out of retirement, lives around the corner. He did last night for me. Hopefully the other driver can do tonight, but if not, I'll just take it off tonight. Hopefully Monday I'll be all right to go back. But
yeah, John, I think that somebody must have been trying enough to break into yours that they screwed something up. When you usually go to somebody for help like that, that's who you go to, whoever manages or runs the storage facility for John. And then they give you shit, It's like, I'm here for a reason. It's because I can't get into what I'm paying for. So, help me out here. The places aren't like that, though.
What was Ronald doing today?
Ronald's at the casino. He said he was going.
Okay.
He'll be by after he's lost his shorts, I guess. But we went into now. I dealt with the public a lot, and I'm like, sometimes I'd get kind of testy when they gave it to me, but other times I didn't, and I would feel bad, to make it up. But I went to the DMV here, the Department of Motor Vehicles, is the least favorite place for anyone to ever go here, because they can talk shit to you, but you can't snip back, because if you do, you're not going to get what you need taken care of, and they can F it up for you. So I went in, I took my mother in there. They were very helpful. I filled her stuff out for her because her eyes are bad. Then I told her to sign it. She signs it below, right in the middle of the line. Oh, whatever, okay. Then she's getting all nervous about it. But in my past, I've been there, and I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because they stopped illegal people from coming over because that place used to be swamped, and now you walk in there, you don't have to spend 2 hours. So I walk up to the guy, and this guy's he works at different places, I guess, wherever they need the help. He come from a different city, and I forgot. I wanted to renew my license to keep my B endorsement. Driving everything except the semis, and he was getting real kind of nasty. Uh, he reminded me of a drill sergeant or an asshole cop, and there wasn't nobody in line to back of me, man. So this guy's day is going pretty good up to that. I don't know what the rest of it was like, but I would have loved a job like that. So they randomly put him at the information desk, and he's saying something. He says something real shitty to me, and I'm just looking at him. I kind of elevated my voice. I said, "Well, let me just go in my wallet and get that license for you." And he kept his head down. And then I think he realized his mistake because later on we were shooting the shit like we were buddies. But there again, I can't get too out of control because I'm not going to get what I need to get. So I understand that part when it's person after person, you're telling this person, and then the person in back of them asks you the same thing. Like, what the hell weren't you listening?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a thankless job. It's a good one though, but for retirement. John said
I don't
hello.
think I'm sorry.
Did you catch that there, Craig?
Yeah, I said good day to John before. And what's your name, Philippine American couple? Sorry, I haven't come across.
Oh, that's David.
David, how you going? Nice to meet you.
And wife Lorelei. Yeah, he went over to the Philippines. Like what? He was there a week or less, and then the typhoon hit.
Yeah, destroyed us.
That was his. Okay. Yeah, he didn't scout the thing out though. But when he went over there, if they never had that, if they would have never had that typhoon, would you still be there?
More than likely, and you and I talked about this. The typhoon, the aftermath of the typhoon, not the typhoon itself. With my health conditions, those 10 days that we lived without water and power and fresh water and eating up by mosquitoes didn't do my heart failure any good. So, and then we finally got into a very, 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 very expensive condo on another part of the island, and had limited service there. So maybe, yeah, I think so. We bought land there. We don't intend on abandoning the Philippines by any stretch, but it was definitely better for my health to come back and recuperate.
Yeah, man. I experienced my first earthquake, and that was kind of different kind of feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But I know what I know of it because I've been there a few times. So I'm a pretty quick learner when it comes to observing what people do and why they how they do it, why they do it. I learned not to ask. I might ask one question. That's it, because they have their way of thinking and we have ours in the West anyway. And I learned that if you're going to go get something, have a photo of it on your phone, because if they call it something different, they're not going to, even though logically there's logic and reasoning here, you would say, well, I want a rat tail file.
I did that with this. I needed a couple more of these. Mm-hmm. I actually took it to the mall and said,
converters?
Yeah, I needed a couple more of these in the Philippines. So I took the one I had with me and just went and said, I need this.
I bought a couple of them on Amazon before I left.
Yep.
And my one was for I could put anything on. The other one specifically said no curling iron. So they didn't want any high continuous current.
Right.
Otherwise, it'd trip it, So the one I had that I liked, and I think they were like $40, $45. It the wire from the fan, or the wire from the converter I had somehow was dangling near the fan. Somebody had moved the fan, so it got caught up. So right away, it didn't only trip it; it ruined it. So that I had two. But I understood that part, and I'd like take a picture of something, and it could be sitting right there on the counter, and if they call a rat tail file something else, they'll say, "Sorry, sir, we don't have that." So that's the best advice I could give somebody, because logically you're thinking, well, what do you mean? Everybody should know this, which they don't. But that's a good experience. $7,000 tax on your what?
Jesus.
Yeah,
Really?
that sounds
Holy-
about right. John,
Now,
that
is that-
sounds about right.
Is that because you're in? That's when you bought it, or is that because of Is that California? Is that a California law?
Well, it sounds about like the sales tax, like you'd pay at the revenue office.
Oh, of a bitch, man.
I mean, that sounds about right here in
So
Arkansas.
you buy a truck that's 40 to 60 grand.
Well, now John bought a 2022 1500 Eco Diesel Dodge Ram pickup. I promise you, it was well over 60 grand.
Well, I'm just saying 40 to 60. They want.
At least around here, Jesus.
You know what you can get cheaper over there, which is nice. They call it a Hilux or a Helix.
Yeah, the
You
Toyota.
get a quad cab, one with the shorter box. I think you can get that for a stick. You can get for less than 27 grand, I think.
You can. You just got to remember that they're not going to be the same level of vehicle that we have here.
But over there,
Works
I don't know. I think, well, if you have a diesel, see, the GM used to have a problem where they used to try to make a diesel out of a regular engine block and all this shit. They always had a problem with it. But over there, I think you can obviously, if you treat it right, you can get a couple 100,000 miles on them.
I think the vehicle to own in the Philippines is a multi-cab. Just
Yeah.
get the Japanese surplus that they've redone.
No, well,
I really enjoyed the ones I rode in. I thought they were
when you get that though, I mean, they take the thermostat out, and there's all kinds of shit.
You don't need any of that. Come on. I know the guys that were building them over in Lapu-Lapu, and they could make it to where it had everything and luxury in it that you could ever want. And some of them were really cool, man. I money.
All you need is it's cheaper. You get a brand new motorcycle. Have a they call it. It's just an enclosure. It's a trike. We call it trikes. They call them motors. But you can get a nice bike with a lot of torque on it, a Kawasaki or a Honda, and you can have an enclosure made for you. The ones they use for the pickup passengers is mostly, it's kind of all the weight is sitting on that back tire, so it's kind of not good, And I've seen other ones, private ones, where it's sat level, and it had a spring underneath, coil over shock, and you put a little door. You haven't put a door on it, man.
Well, you can also buy, what do they call what is it, a Rusi? The little, the built trike that has the enclosure around them. They're usually blue, red, or yellow.
Yeah, those are made by, that Rusi's a Chinese shit brand. So forget that. No, I mean, they sell the ones they have in India over there.
John, what is that called? I know you know the name of it. The tuk-tuk. There you go.
Yeah. They have those, and I think a few of the I think Honda over there carries them.
They do.
And but that's a three-wheeler. If you get the motorcycle with the two wheels, and then you have the two wheels for the enclosure, that's a car license. So you don't have to get a motorcycle license because you got four wheels. So anyway, that would be more cost effective than any other of that stuff, because believe me, if you're in a vehicle and you got all these extra people in it like they do, and you get in a wreck, you being Mr. Foreigner are gonna be on the hook for that crap, and I ain't gonna have that happen to me. You know, not with a truck that I really you can get stuff delivered easy enough, because it's a madhouse. I'd rather let them do. And besides, if you had one of those and you wanted to go to, say, like Ace Hardware, I think they got an Ace Hardware on Matillia Boulevard in Butuan. Where are you going to park it? There ain't no parking. Forget it. I mean, you got something like that, take a ride, and if it's a bigger ticket item, you prearrange one of these guys to strap it down on top of their motor, their trike, and take it home.
Mhm.
There's enough competition there that you can bargain a bit. So
Yeah, deliveries are not
yeah,
bad.
John said that's a tax. That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
So you get taxed $7,000 on something that is cut way down with pollution. I think the cars that are made out there have a pollution pump on them, or they used to.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that I was always told that if you're going to live outside of California, never buy a California car.
Oh man. Well, when I get I have priorities. My first priority is to build a structure that'll be up there forever for my wife and my son. Yeah, that's the first goal. And once that's up, then you get into maybe do some chickens or something or other.
Yeah, have some fun.
And you know what the good thing about that over there is, when you sell the chicken, you can sell it alive. People will resell it, or they'll clean it when the time comes. So it's not very labor intensive to raise them.
It is amazing how small the chickens are, though.
Yeah, they only grow to a certain. They only get it to a certain poundage, and then I think 45 days. I think JB had one of those, and the broilers they call them. And I
Comparatively
think
to American chickens,
because if
you're
if you're still feeding that thing after 45 days, it's cutting into your profit.
yeah,
So you can keep a few for laying eggs, and either a rooster or two around to maybe you sell some chicks on the side or something or other.
you just compare it to an American chicken who's injected full of hormones and water.
Ah, yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. I eat meat.
It's like, what the hell is this?
I eat meat over there, and my wife, one time we got with my second visit, I think we got some pork chops, and I thought, oh man, I don't like them, because they're real stringy and fatty over here. And we took them to the province and where everybody was at, and man, it was enjoyable, yeah, without growth hormones in them, they taste. You feed it good stuff and not just slop. Um, they're good, just as good as a steak, as far as I'm concerned. California taxed. John, did you have to come out of your pocket, or was that rolled in your purchase price?
Here in Arkansas, we paid out of pocket.
Man, this guy at work, an older guy, working a second job so his wife could have health care. He buy new cars every other week. He buys one that has all this stuff on it, state of the art safety equipment, and his insurance went up. And he said, the insurance guy said, "Why didn't this go down? I got all these things to help prevent an accident." He said, "It's because you have all those things. Because if they have to replace them, you know." But anyway, um, it's still 10. I think it's still 10 peso per ride. So, that's the way to go for me because I drove for most of my life for a living, and I don't need that aggravation. You know, I mean, my blood pressure over there was pretty dang good, man. Until I get here. But of course, being retired, I used to be envious of the older people that would do the speed limit and everything, and they had all day to get where they were going. Well, now I do, so traffic jams don't bother me really. But then again, my pocket, I bought North Dakota, really. Wow. Hmm. Norway, yeah. Uh, well, that would certainly push people toward mass transit, wouldn't it? Or mopeds or stuff like that.
How you going, Christian? You all ready to take off?
Yeah, I thought he was going to be on here. Yeah, he's going away for a weekend, I think.
Mm.
Well, guys, I got to sign off for a little while and get some
Hey,
things
Jack,
done. So have fun.
you got to go eat. I say.
Yeah, I might go do that too. You guys
Yeah.
have fun, and we'll catch up with you guys a little bit later.
All right. See you later,
Wow.
David. Thanks for stopping. What's happening, Jack?
3 hours ago. Oh.
He's keeping the island safe. I thought, Christian, you're going to be on here tonight, or are you still prepping yourself for almost 2 hours? I got 5 in the background, so. So the weather here is like, I think 3 days ago it was like 90, humid, and all of a sudden, like, freaking switch. Today was pretty nice, but the problem over here is um, I don't want to wait till 2 or 3 in the afternoon to. I don't want to have to wait that long for the day to be nice. I want to wake up and it be nice, which that's what the Philippines does for me.
Oh.
Today I thought I had it made. I think I think my mom said my oldest sister, which she has to work from her sorrowful life, but I think she's kind of jealous that I don't. She said she was busy today and was rude with my mother, and then she said, "Well, maybe he can get off his lazy ass or something." And I thought to myself, it's burning her. It's burning her because I was able to do what she wanted to do, and I gave her some. I gave her some solid information a few years ago that she didn't take it in, and now you know. Ugh. So I don't bother no more with that. But my mother and father let her shack stay with them in a 2 bedroom apartment and sleep in her and my dad would turn the lights on in the morning and she'd have the nerve to complain when she ain't giving him a dime. You know, when somebody does something for you like that, you be quiet. You live in the background. You know, you don't bite the hand that feeds you, but she does. So 2 a.m. here. Oh man. Wow.
Manscaping.
What's that?
There
Oh,
goes 2 hours.
you look like a plucked chicken, man. Don't be cutting nothing now. You have a scab. Somebody might think you got the herp. Yeah, unless you got a wild a jungle. You can take the old lawnmower to it. What time you got there? What time is it by you? 2 in the afternoon. Okay.
No, like nearly, I can't read. nearly 10 a.m. or something.
Oh,
10:07 or something.
you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. Uh-oh.
How you going, Jack?
How's the weather by you?
Down for 2 hours now.
Yeah, already, eh? Went by fast. Michael Mick must be sleeping, huh?
I think so. I haven't seen no green light on.
Yeah. Well, I know he likes life like it is now, but he could definitely improve it. You know, I'd like to see him a little healthier.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Viking says hi, Jack. He's living life like he wants to live it, so we all do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we want.
Yeah,
You know. You need to. He's Vikings, John. I need to shave them mothballs. Yeah, it's probably been a long time since he's had some jizz caught up in there, huh? Yeah. If you're a guy, you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I waited. I waited till I got home here, but I didn't like how the plumbing worked over there, and I didn't want to be blamed or embarrassed by something.
Like the movie Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like that guy would do everything even you ever thought about or did. You know, and it kind of, it was hilarious. And the cop was testing those open bottles of beer, and we were
Oh,
pissing in them.
piss.
Oh man. Yeah, guy. I forget the guy's name. But oh my God. I just said, yeah, get out of here, man. I don't. Jack is Jack with a JAC there, John. You know John, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I wonder how California there, John. How could they even expect to make money out there when you got to come out of pocket with $7 probably for the size of the vehicle tax or something? I think Chicago's getting pretty tacky too. They're parked in a no parking zone. You get a ticket for your being on a cell phone or some shit.
I think my mom's got like 2 of those tickets already.
Did you?
Nope, my mom. I've never gotten one.
Oh, they I went out to visit my daughters in California and Sacramento area, or Folsom, that way, Rancho Marietta, and this is a few years back though. It was a $300 fine for talking on the phone because so many people were getting killed from being distracted.
Mm-hmm.
That even down in Colombia years ago, they have a law where you had to pull over to the side of the road and use your cell phone. You couldn't drive.
I think Michigan is like the first one's 100, second one's 5, and third one's 1,000.
Oh man, I'm aware. And my ex-wife's husband said, he said, yeah, the cop pulled me over and they were shooting his shit. He thought he had it made, and he got a ticket anyway. So I've driven behind people with my work bus, and for whatever reason, man, they can't. They brake and they're going slow as it is, and they can't multitask very well.
If you're driving a stick, it's gonna make it hell.
I ain't kidding either. I saw this guy driving a stick shift. Oh, the Packers are playing tonight. Driving a stick shift car,
Yeah, like
smoking a cigarette, with a hamburger in his face and a big soda in the other. And I'm thinking, how's this guy doing this shit, man?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
I think I
And
posted a video like that. There's a bus driver's doing that, and people are like freaking out. Somebody's taking the video, he's like, on two cell phone and eating and drinking. I'm like, what the hell?
I've seen it so much too. You don't realize this, but when you're driving and we were debating this question of eating while you're driving kind of thing before they actually changed the rule to not at all. But he says that one of our supervisors said the company don't mind you eating. They just don't want you eating taking a sub sandwich and you're pulling it off like a freaking heathen or something.
And the wheel's all greasy.
Yeah. Well, plus it don't look good when you got this shit jig hanging from your mouth. And
I only take a bite out of something if nobody's around me and I'm driving with my knee.
I have done that. I used to, when I was at Fort Sheridan down in Illinois, they're about 60 miles from here. I used to drive home with a pitcher of beer in between my legs, and I'd be eating. I ain't kidding you. I 50 miles an hour, boy. That was the minimum. That's what I did. Every day.
I had one car you could actually fit a 40 in the. Okay.
Uh-oh. You got a reception issue there, Jack.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Did they, John, did they tell you about that $7,000 before or after you signed the papers? Because I would have been, I would have looked at him like, what? There ain't no way.
What, driving while eating or something, or on the phone?
No, no, I'm talking about John. $7,000 he had to pay. State of California was a tax or something on a new truck he bought, Eco Diesel.
Is it the yearly or is it brand new?
Brand new.
Jeez.
I mean, I don't know how they do it out there, boy. Damn.
That's one place I.
Boy, you got to be there, and you have to have the income, man. If you're gonna anything to do with a car, Oh, you froze up, Jack.
Switch over.
Well, professors at the casino, he said, unless he's over on the other channels. I told Michael, man, I said, Michael, you got to schedule some of your live streams.
It's like he'll wait till I get done doing over 4.5 hour when I'm like, I'm gonna take a nap. And I'll take a nap and then he'll start his. I'm like, what? And I'm like, I can't do it.
Well, when everybody was talking to everybody, we were on one like shit. 4 out of 7 days, I think. And you come off of one after all those hours, and then the next day you're on another one. Well, what's going on? Well, fuck, it's only been 8 hours. Mm-hmm. It went by from the last time we talked.
I haven't done one in like 2.5 days.
Like, I mean, that's what I said to him, because if he can't sleep, he fires it up,
Let's see. Videos.
But if you're going to have that, and you're going to want to have some of your friends on there, you got to plan it. You can't have everybody. You can't have everybody doing pour coffee at the same time in Denver. Yeah, huh?
My last 4 ones, actually 3 were about almost 4.5, and the last one before that was 3:10.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I got a lot more subscribers now, and they promote me. So it's only fair that I do that for them. And I've yet to be on a talking panel, but if there might be 3 or 4 of them at the same time, and I'll go between 2 of them for a while and pick up another one,
Mm-hmm.
just to let them know I'm there.
I got 189 watch hours. Ooh, boy.
Who got that
Me?
for a week?
120. No. It says 28 days.
Yeah, you did. You can click that on 728 or 90. I look at the analytics, but I don't really, I understand a few of them, but that's not why I'm doing it. But sometimes it's curious to see, and you only think of your channel reaching a few people, but sometimes I'll look and it'll say your channel got 890 views this period. And I thought, damn, man, that's a lot of views because a lot more people, almost as many people are not subscribed that are subscribed. So a lot of the traffic you get, well, at least I'd imagine that'd be everybody almost. Most
It's like
of their
it's like the audience. It says the age. It's got all the different age brackets and stuff like
Yeah.
that. There's only one line. It says 35 to 44 years old, 100%.
Yeah, that's what they got on mine but they got mine 50 something to 60 something.
50%, no, 100% female.
Well, there you go. That'd be nice, huh?
It's like 25% Philippines, 21% US, and 1.6 UK.
They used to tell me they don't say it anymore, but it would say how much of out of the watch hours, what the 2 highest cities were, or the countries, U.S., and it would say Iloilo or Butuan. But I do it because I just like doing the camera thing.
Mm-hmm.
I myself, when I would watch people's, before in between being there and coming here to help me feel better about it, I'd watch driving videos of all kinds of different people. Because I was always been a curious one. I want to know what's going on in a different part of the world,
Mm-hmm.
There's Judy Fisher. I think that's the first visit for Judy here. Judy, I remember you saying
Hello, Judy.
I remember saying a while back, Judy, you said you were gonna get on one of these streams one of these days. Hey, Christian, she says. I think you're in. She's in. Are you in the UK, Judy? One day, Dennis used to say that. Then finally, he got on here. We saw him on here for I don't know how long. One day, but you said that like 8 months ago. Yeah. New Jersey. Oh, okay. You're in the Garden State. I don't know where they garden it, but I've been there before. It's nice too. It's pretty weird to see a neighborhood on the other side of the Hudson. Is that from New York City? I've been to a lot of the states, almost all of them.
I've been to Jersey one time, which was Newark Airport.
When I was out there, I was at Dixon. I was a friend of mine in there. He his dad lived in Toms River, and there a little ride from the post. There was Seaside Heights, it was called, and had a boardwalk there. And I remember sleeping underneath that one night. First time I ever been to the Atlantic Ocean that time. I've been to all the Pacific, Caribbean, and Atlantic, but that people were out damn near to the sun, and then you wake up. It didn't take long to fill up that boardwalk again. Yeah, that was good fun. Of course, I was 19, 18. Drinking age there was 19. I walked in the bar, and the guy looks at I gave him my military ID. And, well, that's close enough. And I thought, what does he mean close enough? Till I was talking with some locals later on, Yeah, I think the fact that I was a military member, he let me slide on that. Good live music, man. A good time out there. Bought my first boom box. Yeah, it was a good time.
Cassette player.
Yeah. I got. I think the first one I bought was. My friend got mad because when I first got it, it was the first thing like that I've ever had. I didn't have nothing when I was a kid, so I like he tried yanking at him, like he get mad because I wouldn't give it to him. I said, just bought this thing. I listened to a Jay Giles cassette, and man, it took the batteries too, man. I don't know. I don't remember if it was 6 or 8.
Yeah, D-cell.
Yeah, we slept in these. I think the hotel rooms were. I think they were kind of pricey back then. But he met a girl there, and I did too for the day. Only he was in the reserves, and his dad owned a sub shop, Tom's River. And sister, I used to talk to his sisters a couple years younger. The mother would always look at me. I wasn't doing nothing, The dude dropped. I don't know what he did. I don't know if they call it. He was there for school, and he was in the reserves, and I had active duty. I had to do 3 years, and his dad was mad at him, wouldn't kind of disowned him, and I thought. Then he told me he was in the reserves. I said, well, what's the problem? 2 weekends, 2 weeks a year, 1 weekend a month or whatever. You got it a lot easier than I did. So there were stories with him that were funny, but this is PG hour. This is PG time. I can't. It was funny though, but I don't think that would be. So I don't know how long the professor's going to be gone.
Talking to the wife?
No, he went to the casino, he said.
Oh, boy.
I got something funny with my phone, too. You could send me a message on Messenger, and it don't come through. But I can send you, and you'll see it.
You might have to reset it.
I don't even know what's involved in all that shit, man.
Just turn it off and turn it back on. The whole phone.
Well, I wouldn't have to do that on Facebook.
We'll reset everything.
Yeah, when I get off the lazy mode, then I'll do something. Not as lazy as my sister's is, but my parents made her executor of their will. Now they don't have much, I think my dad died, got a couple little money, and when my mom's gone, she's in charge of that. And my sister would be she's the kind of person that it would take her 5 years to get something done. It would take her 20 minutes to do in one day, And as you go along, you keep piling the stuff up. So it's like that Mark Twain guy. He says no amount of evidence will ever would never convince an idiot that what's what they still deny it. We still can't believe it, so that's true.
And no sleep still.
Nah, Craig's taking a siesta now. Oh,
I'm still here. I'm just
good.
listening.
That guy's ears were burning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm still here. I'm just,
Like the vampire, you got to work at night. A lot of weather's changing here, boys. Sun's going down earlier. Yeah, it's getting into the depressing time of the year.
Or Christmas.
Who?
I was like, Christmas is coming up. I hate Christmas.
Yeah. Well, in the Philippines, they're putting the stuff out next couple weeks.
Yep, on September 1st.
It's just what a mind blower, you know.
I heard chickens back there, but I think they just took a dirt nap.
Chickens.
Yep.
Yeah, Judy, I'm at home now. I came back to visit my mother to see some doctors, cardiologist. Got to have that colonoscopy thing done and have the upper throat checked.
Not with the same tube, right?
No, not the same. No. Hopefully, I'm knocked out, so I'm hoping he does the throat first. But I take that extra virgin olive oil. It helps you clean your arteries. So I take that. And when I got down there, I thought, well, they have trans. They both have some kind of spice in them. Dona Elena's one from Spain, and that stuff burned my throat. So my lining's very thin there, so I have to watch it. I stopped doing it because it was burning me up, and I could get throat cancer from that. So I got a couple of bottles packed in all those boxes I sent that they haven't been secretly torn into yet. But I don't know. I'm almost every box I got a bottle of that. But I got to get a cardiogram or whatever coming up with the doctor. He upped my dosage on my blood pressure because it was a little high. But he couldn't have been that concerned because he said, "Oh, check back with me next year." I thought, okay, as long as he keeps sending re-ups those prescriptions, you know. So after I leave, I'll have my son save up all of them till they don't send them no more, and then send them over. Because over there, in a few of them, I have to get double because they don't carry the. Say if I needed 75 on one, they'll have a 50 as high as they go. So I have to buy a 50 and a 25 to get my 75.
That's a lot of vitamins, Judy.
Plus, it's 12% VAT there. 13 different vitamins and supplements. Oh wow, that must make you. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I don't know how old you are, but hopefully I'm not the oldest one here. But I think I am.
I'm probably the youngest one here.
Yeah. Ronald, got to hurry back and get on here so I can be number 2. Because when you turn 60, this shit hits you, man. It does. It's like you wake up and I don't know about anybody else, but I'm different. I look at it as like I don't have as much time as I thought left anymore. You know, everything that you may be aching in your 40s and 50s, boy, when you get to that late 50s, this stuff, then you come to the realization that it stays with you. And there ain't a whole hell of a lot you can do to change it. Gummies,
paying the price for abusing your body for 25, 30 years. It finally catches up with you.
You know, back when years ago, fuck it, you crank the radio up. Who cares, man? Oh, it sounds good. You know, but that smoking cigarettes and stuff, I haven't had one. I think it's 2.5 years now, almost 3 years. I don't feel any better not doing it, but I do know when I smell that smoke, man, I can't be around it. You know, I didn't set a time period for myself. I just woke up one day. I said, that's enough. You know, just take a couple puffs off one, throw it down on the floor in the garage, and 2 weeks later, I'm looking for it. You know, to get
It's
that
all right.
nicotine.
It's all
Yeah,
ran over and walked all
no,
over. You go,
no,
I
no.
need it. And he's going smoking.
Yeah, well, that, yeah, that even. Oh my god, like a meth addict, you know. But
I've done that. You see the butt, like, dang, it's still good. No, it's all rolled up and stepped on and flattened out. So straightened it out. It's all dried out. Tastes like
yeah, the
crap.
burning right. Yes,
Mm-mm.
you might as well with shitty tobacco. You might as well be smoking burned leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a lot of money on yourself, you know. Mm. Greg, it's gonna be a while before they hit 60, huh?
Yeah. Year and a half. Year and a half.
Year and a half. Oh my God, live it up while you can, man. You know, my friend's dad told me once a few years back. I went to a bowling alley, and he was 70 then. Now I think he's 80, going on 87, has a 185 bowling average. And I had a hard time maintaining that when I was 30. But he says, yeah, that getting old's a bitch, you know, all these medications. And I understood what he was saying, but I hadn't quite personally experienced all that yet. But now I have. Now I am.
Yeah.
And I try not to be a Debbie Downer about it, you know. But I can tell you, anybody younger out there, man, you don't think I had an aunt and uncle, younger ones. One's dying. He's got a tumor that he can only tug out part of it in his throat. I think it's in his throat or his brain. I forget, but it'll kill him. He's dying, but if they'd have tried to get the whole thing, he probably would have died sooner. So he's doing a goodbye tour now, you know.
Oh boy.
And him and my auntie just, my cousin's my age. She's only 15 years older than him, but they both smoked like crazy, you know, in a house where the kitchen was full of this shit. Everybody smoked. And now they're paying the price, man. They got these machines. My uncle has to do exercises for his lungs, and my auntie has to bring one of those oxygen things around with her. So it'll catch up to you, man. 58, huh? He's not. Creek all over, huh? Yeah, you know what makes me laugh when I see these younger kids in school. They bang their knee up. And well, yeah, thanks, John. Watching the live stream and watching the kids in the pool. Yeah, life of leisure, hey. I forget what the hell I was saying. Oh yeah, I see these
kid bang your knee or something like that.
Yeah, I see these, high schoolers. They get on my bus and they'd be in crutches, maybe they sprained something or whatever, and they're hamming it up, for the intention. And I'm thinking to myself, you ought to be glad that's all that is, because one day you'll have it with you. It affects everybody, damn near, from every walk of life. So
it's like me. I'll see a kid like whacking at something. And I was like, look the other way. I'm like, I could tell the kid's staring at me. Because if I look at the kids, like,
oh, geez. I in the morning I try to stretch my my legs, because I wake up, man. I'm limping around for a little while till it decides to get it together with me.
A couple months ago, I ended up buying a back brace. I got a bad back at 41, but I had a bad back when I was like 20 something. I got jumped in the elevator by 3 people. So I'm like curled in the fetal position, getting railed in the back. slipped 2
In an
discs in my
elevator?
back. Yep.
What is it, in a housing project? Was that in a workplace?
I say it's a housing project.
Okay.
Cheap hotel, not hotels, but apartments, low income.
Yeah.
These 3 people I didn't even know. They want me to take them to Detroit
Mm.
to get weed. I'm like, nope, I don't know you.
Yeah. I had this guy, and this guy must have been connected, which I couldn't understand, but um, this guy says he's talking. I know this dude's in his 40s, He's talking to this high schooler. This chick's like 16. I know, because I heard her. I know her. I picked her up there before on a bus route with the school, and I happened to be on a regular one in the morning that went past the school. And I hear this guy asking her for a number. I'm like, man, this guy's holding up your dad, So he comes up to me and he goes, you gotta, he says, you got a pen. I had a pencil, but I didn't. I said, no, I was honest. I don't have a pen. Why aren't you supposed to have one? My cousin works there and you're supposed to have one. How did you fill out that run card? Well, I did that before I left. Well, you're supposed to do that after you pull in. He's giving me all this shit. He says, I'm not being nasty with him. I'm answering him. He says, it isn't that serious. I said, you're right, it isn't. So why do you keep asking me for something? I don't work for you. And 5 minutes later, I go down the street. I get a call on the radio from the dispatcher. Yeah, I had this customer complaint. This guy, and it was his freaking cousin. I'm like, where does this guy rate that you can call me up over some freaking loser at 10:30 in the morning? They ain't got nowhere to be. But he wants I told him on the radio, I said, this girl is young enough. She was 16 years old. Oh, 10-4. Fuck that. What are you calling me up for, man? You got the camera. Check it out. So your cousin's got that much. Your cousin got that much pull, huh? And I did have a pencil, but it was none of that guy's business. I wasn't going to help him get that girl's phone number. No, forget about it. And I'm not supposed to leave that seat to go do nothing, and defend them and all that. But I wasn't going to help out no dude like that because he I don't know, man. He didn't belong. He was out of order there, And I think she was just going along with what he was saying, so he wouldn't get just to get him off her case,
Mm-hmm.
But I'd run into that quite often, I tell people riding my bus, they go, guys are trying to convince him into walking off with them, and I could have just said, yeah, you go out right here, but I'd say, nah, I ain't having some guy that just met somebody 2 minutes. He's got a lot of devious shit on his mind. I'm not gonna, I ain't gonna let that happen. That's my part, the best I can do right there. Because all of a sudden, this one guy was ready to get off on a 51st Street, and because the girl was, but then when she wasn't, he decided to stay.
Wait for Chris Hansen from Daily NBC to come out.
Well, they were about to. He wanted her to walk down some dark, dimly lit street, and I'm like, no. Nah. That I can't state the obvious when when it's going on, but I had one guy who was grabbing this girl, so I called up dispatcher. I said, "Oh, he just left the bus." No, don't worry about it then. Usually, if I don't report that, then we got problems,
Right.
Thanks to the 9 million folks in the background. You know what I found out here is when I scheduled a premiere, because I would see on the TV, on my TV, I got a 4K smart TV, and I would schedule like this live stream for 5 p.m. and on the screen it would say 10 p.m. I was 13 hours ahead of me, so it comes on at 6 a.m. Yet there's a 5-hour difference for some freaking reason. So if I wanted to let everybody else, because now the channel reaches further, further out in the world and all over. And if I wanted them to be on at 5 p.m., I would have had to post my live stream for 5 hours sooner than what that said, which would make it what? In the Philippines, would make it 1 in the morning or something like that.
Yeah, I was still awake.
Yeah. You were Christian's got different hours. So does Michael.
Came down and did dishes.
Oh, you're motivated because I finally did mine. You know what it took for me to do my dishes? The fact I didn't have any left to eat with. So
It sounds like me and my laundry.
I don't know, man. I don't know why that puts me in that mood like that. It does, though. I do my own laundry, obviously. I take the hangers down there and then I put my T-shirts on there out of the washer. Because you put them in if you put them in a dryer here, they're 50. If they're 50-50, they're going to shrink.
I think my shirts would stretch out. But I just grab everything out of the washing machine, throw it in the basket, bring the other chair over, then put everything on the hanger and fold it right over the back of the chair. Done with that, just open the door, go to the carport, and hang them out there. Forget them out there for about 2 days.
I know my wife's probably watching, but I got to say this: I bought a bunch of V-necks for whatever reason. I don't wear the V-neck, so they're brand new, and I get there, and I guess when she likes she prefers washing by hand, and every one of those was stretched. I looked like I was a bum, stuff like this. I said, "What the hell happened?"
So you said the fight.
You must be stretching or doing whatever, and you don't have to take a brush and scuff it down. Just get it in there and twist it out.
If you use a brush on it too much, it get all fuzzy and thinned out.
Her sister bought a washer, but I actually, because oh my God, you got to put a hose. It doesn't work like that, Jack. They don't work like the ones here. But my mother-in-law feels that she can do a better job by hand versus the machine.
Mm.
And one of the sister-in-laws bought a electric dryer, and you can have it in the house. You don't have to have it vented. And I thought to myself, it's hot enough here. Why would you get a dryer? I mean, you got a lot of.
Professor told me one day he bought his girl. He said he bought his girl a washing machine, so she got to do it by hand. But he said she does it by hand and throws it in the washing machine and turns it on. I'm like, oh no.
Well, if it's different for you, it's different, But I can understand her point.
That'd be extra clean.
But there's But how do you measure it? Like here, they got rid of phosphates years ago, with the powder, and they have the measuring cup is right on top of the liquid container, So you measure, you fill it up to a certain line, whatever. Large, small, medium, low. And over there, they put enough in there that they see suds. That must be worth the best, But they don't have no measuring. They don't have. I don't think they have a measuring cup.
But anyway, individual sachets of stuff.
I can see, and I appreciate having her do my laundry for one, and for another, she doesn't buy hand, so I guess it's feel like the job is better done. The washers they're not the kind we got. I mean,
mine's not the cheap plastic one.
Did you buy one for 3,000 pesos?
No. My mom, she bought brand new, like it's Samsung everything.
Yeah.
But we don't have dryers. I just hang it up.
Samsung is a popular brand nowadays.
It's like I
Your
am
mother in the
taking.
Philippines? Is your mom in the Philippines?
No, she's over in Michigan.
Oh, okay.
It's like I had this big old comforter, you know. I took it to the laundromat right down the street. It's like the old woman's like, it's too big. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Took it
those are the
home.
only things.
I
Those
took it home and did it myself. And they have brand new LG or Samsung, like the professional ones for laundromats.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Well, a lot of those, it really aren't. You have to. Oh man, I think you got to go to a dry cleaner, man. It when it's big like that in the machines, it doesn't cycle through enough in the water. You know what I mean? It kind of sits there, so you're not really. It's not really getting the job done the way it's supposed to be done, I guess. But here I got, I told my daughter I'd give her all the stuff I got here. So, but I got a couple of doctor appointments. So a dude says, well, you do all that. We'll see you next year. I'm thinking, well, you just told me I should take a cardiogram. What if I have an issue with the arteries there? But I will say I'm not getting, I'm avoiding getting as much as I can, getting a booster for that. The Moderna shots I had, they gave me chest pain, something fierce, and that puzzled the cardiologist and the guy at the drugstore that gave me the shot. But the Philippines now, they keep changing the way the time period. So I believe the Philippines Airlines, they don't all do. Some require a RT-PCR test, others require an antigen. I think Philippine Airlines is just an antigen test that has to be done 48 hours. Within 48 hours of you leaving, which is all right by me because I can go in at 1 p.m. day before and get the answer back in a half hour or less. And if it'll keep me away from getting that stuff, then that's what I'm going to do. They did have as much as 72, but here's what happened to me, and I know you don't know. When I kicked this whole thing off, when I go to Walgreens. My son had gone. He got the PCR test, which is different, takes 24 hours. I go to Walgreens. I said, I need a COVID test because, for traveling? I said, yes, traveling. Right there, that set the stage for everything. So I stay up all night because I want to get my time together. I didn't have that bad of jet lag this last time like I usually do. And so I'm up all night and I get there. One thing, I left my phone in my son's car. Yeah, man. So the next thing is I get to the counter, my turn, and the guy says, did you have your test? I said, PCR? I said, yeah, right here. Oh, we don't have that one. You got to have this one. I started snapping on him. I was getting, man, dude came around the counter. I thought he was going to touch me. He just goes, sir. What a voice of reason he took, because he says, there's a testing place 8 minutes away. You go over there and you might get back soon enough. So I sat there, bitching to myself, and I got up and I go, I ain't going to make that flight, but at least I'll get what I need. So I go there. The doors in the front of this building are locked. I didn't know that it housed different little businesses. So I get back to the airport. I said, the place is closed. A couple of flight attendants said, we were just there. Turns out that it was in the back of the building.
There's no signage?
There's not. We went to the side, but we went all the way back. So I go back to the airport. Meanwhile, I said, I haven't seen my family for like 3 years, almost 3 years. And I was ranting and raving. And my son came back. I thought, I'll go back home. They booked me a flight for the next day, which they didn't have to do, but they did. So hey, bud.
Hey, what's
So hey, I,
Gentlemen?
I I ate a pizza when I got back home. Went to sleep, got up, called a cab. 3 in the morning. I'm 35th on the list. So I take my own car to the bus company. My son has to pick it up. And I get there. I'm thinking everything's good now. So I get there. I got to do my 5 days. I do my on my fourth day. They come. I went down to a floor, next floor down in a room. Took the PCR test. Or no, it was an antigen test because it was less than 24 hours. So meanwhile, I get an email. Oh, your flight has been canceled. It was supposed to fly out on Sunday. I got the results on Friday. I didn't know this, but if it's more than 4 days, you got to do it over again. I didn't know that. So I get to the airport and they says, do you have a S pass? I said, what's an S pass? No, where my wife had to get it from her barangay captain, that I am going where I said I was going because they were keeping track of people. So I had to go through all that. I missed my flight. I had to buy another ticket and I had to get an antigen test. So I'm saying that different airlines, they may have different rules. So anybody flying, call it airline, So I'm learning this all on the fly, everything. It's all new. And oh my God. And I finally get on the plane. I go, finally, it's all done. I get the boot on. I'm going to walk out the door. The guy says, "Where are you going?" You didn't have no official garb on, I said, "Well, I don't know. Like, it ain't none of his business. I don't know who this guy is." Or I had to write down where I was staying and the phone number of who I was staying with. Okay, then I'm done with it. On the way back, and I went in January. By February, they eliminated all that bullshit. It cost me around $3,000 for all of this. They eliminated it, and then on the way back, I had to take a test before I got on the plane. They eliminated that the week after. So anything's possible over there, everybody. I mean,
yep, it changes all the time.
I try to cover all it, and I tell Ronald when he's talking about his trip, I said, baggage wise, maybe the plane you're on says you can have 70 pounds or 40, but when you fly from Manila to anywhere else, and you got an economy ticket or coach, you get 20 kilos. Period. You get 15 for carry on.
50 pounds. 50 pounds.
Yeah. 15 pound carry on. You get whatever 20 kilos is weight. I don't know what pounds that would be.
Times 2.2, so that's 50.
Well, 15 kilos is 7 pounds.
So 2.2 pounds per kilo.
15. Yeah, 2.
So I got all this down now.
So that's.
But what it doesn't tell you when you fly internationally, it doesn't tell you that. It tells you, well, you got 40 pounds. Okay, cool. You get to Manila and you get on your second flight to go to another island, and then you find out it's 7. I mean 20 under. 20 kilos. 20 kilos, and then you got to pay a fine. I did. So I had to pay $50 going and $50 coming back. So I've experienced quite a lot on my trips. So I try to pass that knowledge along. And one guy I couldn't contact because he ran into the S-Pass issue with him and his girl traveling different islands. I said I would have told you, but I couldn't reach you. But
anyway, I end up going on Amazon and buy one of those handheld skills for like luggage.
Mhm.
strap it to the handle and lift it up. I make sure it's like 2 pounds lighter than it should be,
Oh my-
just in case.
This is what I got. I got a scale
Yeah, but-
here. So me and my son weigh this, and I'm under what we think is under, or way below the max. So I get there, and I think it's 20. I think it was the check baggage was 20 pounds. Mine was 19.2. I thought, wow, okay. The other one was 15 kilos. That was 11. So we were way far off. But I learned, So every situation under that travel situation and under that pandemic happened to me pretty much. So, I told the ladies when I got there, I said, "You're the ones that canceled my flight, not me." So this paying for another flight and for that test should be on you. But alas, no communication breakdown.
How'd you go with that? Yeah.
Well, as it stands right now, you don't have to do any of that except the test before you leave. And I watched that. What's her name? She's better at it. Jennifer Terry. I think her husband, or either she was OFW in Australia or her husband from Australia. I never asked about the personal part, but there's another one out there that it confuses the hell out of you every time she has one, because she uses clickbait, and a lot of people don't understand the process. Maybe it's been their first time going, and the other one's much more clear to understand. So, far as I know, you can do an antigen 48 hours prior. That's what I'll do. What's up there, Budley? Nice of you to stop by.
Great to see you. It's dark out here now, but I was going to feed the catfish and get them a bit more meat on their side. But did you say that one on green bean? They're the Asian ones.
That's the longest one.
Yeah, they'll get like 3 foot, but I think they say pick them at 18 inches or 16. But
Yeah.
So,
Bag
Bud,
yellow beans.
for all you that don't know, Bud there's from Tennessee, and Jack's over in what, Hilo?
No, Bacolod City.
Bacola, yeah. And Craig there's in Australia, and the professor there is in Washington State, and I'm in Wisconsin. So we got different parts of the country and the world represented here. This is pretty cool, though. I mean, if I'd have had this when I was younger, I'd have been on it 24/7. But hey, back then you only had what you read in the book, which pictures you saw. Maybe if they had it on TV. But here we are talking to people all over the place like it's nothing.
there's a mud turtle in here, snapping turtle, and I'm going to catch him and eat him.
Is he big?
Yeah, I caught him one day, but he let go of the meat whenever I pulled him up to the bank.
Yeah.
If I'd have had my pistol on me, he wouldn't have got away, or my bolero.
Did he bite you?
No. He let go of the hook. He let go of the meat. I've been using shrimp for bait,
Yeah.
And you can hear them now. They come up out of the water after that food. I went to get some catfish food last month at the end, and I thought I'd stop by the hardware store and look at the stand-up deep freezers, and I got a refrigerator for half price when it was 4-door.
Yeah.
French door, 4-door for refrigerators.
Yeah, I understand. French door. Yeah. I know you.
Yeah.
I got
When
you.
you said that guy got a hold of you when you went around the counter, I was thinking, what?
Oh, well, what he did was he came around there because I was a lunatic, like the people you see, like the Karens and whatever, because I had been up from, I've been up over 24 hours. I wasn't understanding what was going on because I thought what I had done was good, but apparently it wasn't. And I mean, back then you had earlier last year you had 1,000 questions, man. Uh, kind of overwhelmed you. So he came around to whisper to me. He said, "Sir, I'm trying to help you if you'd listen." When he first came around, I said, "Well, I left my phone in my son's car. Can you call the pharmacy to ask him why this is no good?" "No, that ain't my problem." Oh yeah. So I'll get louder. He coming around. I thought he was going to come around to touch me. So all these people watching me, right? The people that worked there. After I understood it all, it was much to do about nothing. I just didn't. Nobody steered me in the right direction. Everybody was kind of like, I don't know. So once I had all the info, next day I come down there, and there are people that work there, like either their security or whatever. They were standing right there when when it was my turn to come up. Because when I went to the facility to have it tested, very cool people there. It cost me 100 maybe, cheaper than anywhere else. And they fax or they send the findings to the airline, so we can compare. Okay, I got this, you got that. Okay, you're good now. I get up to where a plane is, and there's a guy comes up there, asks me to see my passport. I'm just sitting there waiting, and I look up. I'm like, "Who the hell are you?" He didn't announce himself from anywhere. And then he told me, and I said, "Sure." And he looked at it and walked away. Anytime when you travel solo, you're looked at all the time. I had their security people at Qatar Airlines looking at me the whole time.
They had my hand swabbed, my shoe swabbed, my bag swabbed. I'm like, they're calling me overhead right now. And I have to go through this big giant line, get through security, and my gate was the furthest one away in a dark corner.
Oh my God! And I made it through one of the check things, and I put my passport at the bottom of my bag, and the bag is black, and the passport's blue. I had it turned upside down so you couldn't see the face, because that has a little goldish color in it. And like, what the hell happened to him? I'm looking at everything. I told the guy, I said, "Man, I might have lost my passport." And then I look at it again. I put my hand down there, and then I find it. Oh my God! I just think if everything were there was a drop off and everybody was on a different page when it came to communicating, because the place I had my test on was under the impression this is the one you need for traveling. Well, maybe it was, but it wasn't good enough for my airline. So,
Yeah. May I say hello to Tony, Professor, Ronald, Craig, and Jack? It's great to see you all.
John,
I see you.
John Baker's here, and Judy.
Oh, Judy and John Baker, it's great to see you both. I hope you had a wonderful day.
Yeah,
The catfish will be swarming here in a minute. They're just coming up.
yeah. Judy lives in New Jersey.
Oh, I've been up there to get that Chevelle, the 68.
Okay.
conversion.
Yeah. So what's happening there in Tennessee land? I see it's starting to get darker out now, huh?
Yeah, it's weather's been Philippine weather, 95 degrees Fahrenheit for 35 Celsius or better, I guess. And it's I freeze to death when I go inside my house, Tony. I'm thinking, my God.
Well, last week we had a 95-degree day. It felt like 100. So the humidity was just crazy. And the next day after that, boom, totally different. So if I put on a light hoodie kind of thing, you'll know why.
Well, it's been thunderstorming and lightning about every day through here, and it'll come a 10 or 20 minute downpour, and then it blows out just as fast as it blew in.
Yeah, sounds like Florida to me or Puerto Rico. We'd be out in the island. Here come the rain. Everybody just nobody moves. It comes and it goes just as quick as it came.
Yes.
It's one thing. That's one thing nice about those tropical environments. I
Yeah,
mean,
the
in the
ocean
Philippines,
wind.
when the Philippines, when it comes down, man, it comes down hard and straight. Unless it's a typhoon.
Yeah, yeah. How's your wife and son doing?
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, my son's going to another different school now, private school. What'd she say that was per year? I think it was shit. I think it's 4,000 peso a month. That'd be what, $80, something like that.
Yep.
There are a lot of kids staying in the area where my mother-in-law's place is, and a lot of these kids don't go to school, and there's little opportunity there. There surely isn't as much, but if you don't go, and they just resign themselves to the fact that they're defeated already, which is life's a long way to go when you're young like that. And a lot of these kids I saw were pretty good, polite, courteous, except for one of them. He was just a real. He's the kind of person that he's going to be out there asking me for begging for money down the road, and he's bringing all these other kids. He's influencing these, the good kids. So, best I can tell them. I always tell them over there, anybody really in life, whatever you do, whatever you end up doing, be the best at it, and be happy with the fact that if you're the best street sweeper, you're the best butcher, whatever you do, that says a lot for yourself when you have that kind of attitude. You certainly aren't going to get far that far in life if you don't have it,
Yeah, brother Viking, if you're out there, I hope you had a wonderful birthday.
Yeah, he's going to Germany. What? Couple hours with his friends.
Oh, that's great.
And the Packers are playing right now too, man. Preseason though. I gotta go to the bathroom. Wants to be my co-host for a little bit.
Jack or Craig, they're better than I am at it. I don't know what to say.
You sure about that? Okay, Jack. Jack and Craig are 50-50 partners in this.
Oh,
I
okay.
gotta go do it. If I didn't have to get up and go do it, I wouldn't get up.
Oh my gosh, I caught a catfish last week on an LS, and the lady said, "You gonna eat that?" I said, "Yeah." And well, I took it over to the corner of the field with the deer come through over here, and I'd put it on my cutting board, and well, I was covered up by fire ants as soon as I got one side filleted. I was thinking, Lord have mercy, I might have to jump in the pond. But what I've learned, like when you get stung by the fire ants, just pour ammonia on it, and it takes that away. It's same with jellyfish. I used to go to Florida, and I'd use my throw net, and my arm would be burning. My right arm, I'd throw half of it over it, a quarter of the net, and I was thinking, "Dadgum, what is that?" And at night, then I saw them. They were just twinkling, pretty as a Christmas tree, but they were about the size of a quarter.
Yeah.
What if you don't have ammonia?
Well, they say urinate I don't know. Well, that's what the
I heard about it so many times. It's a myth.
okay. I never tried that. Yeah,
You start
but
giving people
ammonia.
golden showers.
Oh, eesh, easy.
Hey, girl, let me pee on it. No, 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 no.
Yeah, but I know for a fact that ammonia works because usually, like my brother, when he gets bit by fire ants, they sting a little bit, but well, I mean not bit. They sting you however many times they can, and it don't bother him. They go away pretty quick. And me and my sister-in-law, it bothers us for months. You know, they'll keep coming back, the blisters, but the ammonia just eliminates it.
Hmm.
I saw that on YouTube, and I thought I'll have to try that because my hands were burning up where I had garlic planted, and I was adding some more rich soil to the pots that I grow them in.
I don't think I've ever been bitten by a fire ant.
Yeah, they bite and sting, but you don't hurt from the bite, just the stings. But they're over there in the corner in some wood, and I learned what to make for them. Take that boric acid and then like sugar or powdered sugar is best. I've got some of that. I love to cook and just stir it around, mix it pretty good, and like some warm water. But you don't want it too moist, you know, because you want them to get chunks of it and bring it to their nest where it'll kill the whole colony instead of just one right there.
Hello to you, Verna. How you going?
Is Lady Verna here? It's wonderful to see you, Lady Verna.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
What we got here, man? Got new. Good morning, Verna.
Brother Tony come down and visited me, Verna, in March last year at my
Yeah.
birthday. Verna's birthday is March 16th.
Oh wow.
She's a sweet lady.
I think she she seems to be, I think she's got a significant other in her life now.
Yeah, I'm happy for her. She's a wonderful lady, and I wish them the best.
Yeah. Yeah, we all do.
But you know those catfish, they'll come. Well, at the other pond, just a mile down the road. Um, Whenever you ride down with four wheeler, there's waves in the water. It's a
Um,
it's a acre pond, and they just swarm to where the four wheeler goes.
Look at that. John's eating chili with a cup of hot dogs. Cheetos, hot peppers. Oh my God.
I just picked some jalapeno peppers, and I've got cayenne peppers up there. I've got to get my lantern, and there's so many. It's covered up with them.
We got a guy. We had a guy at work. I don't know if he still does it, but this guy would eat. He'd eat any hot, extremely hot pepper. He prided himself on that. You know, to kind of make it look like you're sweating and just
Half dead.
ghost peppers, that kind of thing. And
I want to be able to taste my food. I don't want it that hot.
Mhm.
I don't know what possesses anybody to eat that stuff like they do, but I think it's more of a. I think people here think it's more like a manly thing or some crap. You know,
That
go
one's
for it, man.
I won $300.
If that's a competition, you're the man. I don't care. Oh, go ahead, man.
Add 2 ghost chilies. Whew.
And one of my friends, we give him $1. We was all, just out of high school, and we was giving him $1 to eat minnows out of the bucket.
Ooh.
So,
Well, they got what is that called? I forget what. Canilo. It depends how you pronounce it. Canilo. Those like small tunas, I think. I had those. I had that. But then they had some kind of a liquid sauce, almost like I don't know, green pepper kind of mixture. I forget what it is. I'm only guessing because I don't know what it's called, but it was pretty tasty. But I guess that's not good for you. But I liked it. My brother. I think my brother. He bought it for me, and he says, William. He says, try this. Probably thinking I would, not want it. But they have all the fun that they want with me now because they'll cook. They put a lot of salt on the fish, and the mother-in-law will go, hey, one of the sister-in-laws was over once, and she says, oh, you want some fish? I said, oh, no, I don't want to take nothing away from you, ladies. You go ahead and eat it all. Jamie. Not a good signal, but try it anyway.
yeah. I've got a set of mud turtle hook out for that snapping turtle in the pond.
Mm.
I'm gonna eat it, so it don't eat all my catfish and other fish.
How do you clean a turtle, man?
Boil water and then pour it over it, and that loosens the skin up. Put him in I've got those wash tubs, the antique ones. People used to use to wash clothing, and I always just put it in that and boil water and put boiling water in on him. You go ahead and go ahead and harvest him. By
so you're putting hot water in there. You're like you'd boil a lobster like that.
Yeah, and that helps the skin just turn loose of the meat. And
But what kills them? What kills them?
Well, you get a string. Well, I always got a string like my papa, and you just tie it to its head and noose and pull it out and pop it in the head with a round. Go ahead and nothing deserves to hurt in this world.
Well, it sounds like it hurt. It sounds like it would hurt to me.
It's quick. There's blood on my nephew's face whenever he was holding it for me, and he said, "I'm gonna puke." He took off running. He was probably 9 years old. My other nephew was 7, and he said, "That smells good." And when I was
so you had a little blood and puke in with your turtle, then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he took off running around the house. Well, the house you was at, Tony, I shoot guns up there all the time.
Is that the preferred way of doing it with a turtle? Because I don't know anything about offing the turtle.
Yeah, well, that's the kindest way.
So you're choking, you're cutting off, you're suffocating them then.
No, that won't suffocate them. That just pulls their head out instead of them closing back up in the shell. There's Tennessee, Tony.
Yeah, I got my tennis shoes. Yeah, I got T for Tony on there. Man.
You just pull his head and cut it off.
Yeah.
Instead of just blowing the round into it.
How much ejecting does he hit? How much ejecting?
Well, that might take 2 chops, so I'd rather just bam, because when I hunt, the head shot's the best.
Mm-hmm.
And you can take them with a neck shot also, animals. But you
You seen
know,
a sharp knife or a bolo? One whack.
oh yeah, I got me a nice bolo. Now,
Uh, that's Bud there, Jamie, Bud, Craig.
but who?
Jamie was saying, I'm not sure who's all there. Uh,
Jack.
God, Jack and Ronald. Ronald's off. Says he's going to the casino. So
Oh, well, good luck to him. There's a
yeah. Well, I
Native
told him to
American.
let me know if he got my million. To don't be hesitant. Don't be shy. Now go ahead
Yeah,
and
right.
give me a holler, man. You know.
Yeah. See, Jack, I made this handle long, so and you know, it was plastic whenever I got it, good thick steel, and it slipped out of my hand one time cutting some tree limbs because where I well Verna saw me plant those seeds. I was on her LS, and the long Asian green beans.
Mm-hmm.
String bean.
Baggy beans.
Yeah, I just cut them long limbs out of the trees to hang them. You know, go from one to the other, and then put a couple down the line to hold your line up because they got so heavy they blew over and you know string broke my twine.
Nice to meet you, Jack.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
How you
meet
going,
you,
Jamie?
unbothered avocado, Jamie.
What you doing, Craig?
Boy wants some sausages. I'm about to cook some sausages.
Well, you know what? I said my dad would have said, "Well, better go get them then."
Yeah, I tried that, but it didn't work.
Didn't work, huh?
Yeah.
You should have said, "Hey, you look like you could you used to lose a few pounds, man."
Nah,
If it's popcorn, I can handle it.
Hey,
uh,
I was watching LS the other day, and there was a lady mentioned Snickers popcorn, and I thought, I've got white popcorn and I've got Snickers candy bars. I've got to try to make that. I had to look
Oh,
up how they made it.
I don't know, man. I think a white popcorn. I think a little bit of salt and good, man. I can't.
Yep.
They're putting in everything and anything at State Fair here. They
Those
put
TikTok
Reese's peanut
videos.
butter cups and some deep fried shit, man.
Well, I've seen those thick pieces of bacon, you know, like
Mm.
uh, half-inch thick or your pinky or another finger thick, and
Mm.
they would cook that piece of bacon, you know, deep fry it and then dip it in chocolate. And I thought
Well,
that'd be a weird taste, but I don't
I,
know. People say it's great.
I like my bacon with bacon. That's it. If I want chocolate, I don't want bacon with my chocolate. I want chocolate. But I don't. I look at these things though, man, because now that I'm older and I'm thinking, I look at these hamburgers with the onion rings on them and all this shit, and I'm thinking, all I can think of is my arteries just closing up
Mm-hmm.
because that's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Well, Tony, if you was here, I could get us some rats tonight. We'd have some scrambled rats and scrambled eggs.
Scrambled rats, huh?
Yeah,
Hey, who,
I mean
who don't want a good scrambled rat, man? I don't
they're
know.
big. I At night I've been just going out. I can quick draw, Jack. I love to do that. I've been practicing. You know, I used to. I was really good. And when Tony was here, I started practicing up again, drawing and firing my revolver, 6 shot.
At 22.
Yeah, and it's it's nicknamed the Sheriff Special because it's on a 38 frame.
Oh,
And
sheriff special.
Yeah. Well, it's what cops used to practice with. I've got my
Okay.
uncle. I've got my uncle's 38 snub nose. He's the sheriff
Oh,
down where the Presley family's from, and my daddy's family, and
okay.
both sides came from there, and that's where Elvis is. Just right down the road here. That's where Elvis's forefather lived at, also with mine. You know, back in it was on Google. I looked up, did Elvis Presley have any relatives in like Monroe County, Tennessee? Yeah,
That's pretty understandable, given that he's in Tupelo ain't that far from Tennessee.
yeah. Well, see, my great grandpa Presley, he had another family, and
Side
he
one.
moved up with them to maybe Mississippi first, and then to Ohio because I've got letters from my grandma's brother. He said he always knew he was a Presley, but his daddy didn't tell him. I guess his mama had told him.
Hmm.
That was in the 50s, also, whenever those letters were written.
Hey, I get off of here. I gotta do some grocery shopping.
All
And
right,
come home and
Jack.
take a nap.
Thanks for stopping.
Yep. I don't want to be up for 24 hours.
Nah, not yet. Anyway.
I caught you the other day a couple of times, Jack, when you was running so long. Yeah, that was great.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Jack. Thanks.
Have a
Later.
wonderful day.
All right, too.
Bye.
Jamie said hello, Craig.
Hey, Jamie.
Virtual hug and all that stuff.
Ooh, that's good.
You're moving up in the world. You're moving up in stature here.
I hope you're doing well, Jamie. And your daughter, everything's going good.
Yeah, Jamie was supposed to come on here tonight. I think she doesn't have the prophecy that she would need. I don't
Hey,
know.
young lady, Jamie, you're going to have to holler at me. I've been worried sick about you. My gosh. Hadn't heard
That's
from
what
you in a while.
that's what people say to you about you too, buddy. Wait, boy, see Bud? No,
If I take this,
you haven't been around for like a month or so.
Well, in the mountains, don't get signal and things like that. And um, both ways, left and right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you stayed.
So you haven't seen any of those folks, Ben or Stick or Christine. You haven't seen those Ben and his wife
I,
there.
I went by and seen Stick there for a little while. I sat and I stayed the night, and we had
How's he?
breakfast, and
How's he doing?
good. He had a lady
Yeah.
friend over, and I just wanted to go see his mom and his daddy. They're sweet folks.
I thought his mama had a stroke or something, huh?
She's not in the best of health. He really don't know, but what's wrong with her. But it's good that his sister is, she worked at the hospital. She was the one who received all the shipments from companies to medication shipments. She was over that department.
Okay.
She makes sure the mom and daddy's best that they can be.
Hey, did your brother Tony give you that truck or no?
I got another one.
He didn't give you. Wasn't he supposed to give you that blue one or whatever that was?
Well, he's probably having it painted for me. To tell you the truth, that's just the way my family is.
The truck that we used when I was there.
Yeah.
He didn't give that to you yet.
He's probably having it painted. Yeah, he's got a new one now. I went to a family reunion.
Okay.
And but that's the way he is. He'll surprise you. You know what I mean? And he's a good guy. And I'm the youngest one, and they've always watched out for me. And they just
he's got a wife that loves cars, which is a big plus for a lot of guys. I mean, he's got a sweet looking garage. I knew a couple guys that one old guy was a father-in-law of a friend of mine at the bus company, and this dude was him and his brother were there like upper 70s, cool as heck, man. And the guy had a lift in his garage. He built the garage himself, had it structured so it was okay with the city. It was just a guy's dream, man. A guy's car, a 4-stall garage, 2-car deep. Oh my God, that
One
guy.
of one of my daddy's friends, I went and did his house and flooring, and he had a garage, doors on both sides. I forgot what the house was. If it was on Gone with the Wind, it was like a rebuild of one of those houses on one of those old movies. But in the basement, you could drive in the garage and then turn around and then park in the middle. There was a room in the middle, and then he had a swimming pool back behind that when you walk down the hallway, and the workout room and everything. And it was on the lake. It's really nice. And I went to his party.
Hey, that kind of setup like the one I was describing and the one your brothers got. I could sit out there in a nice chair sucking beers down all night long.
Oh yeah.
With car stories, because man, but my friend wasn't married to her yet, but his father-in-law owned a house. It was a side-by-side townhouse or whatever. And I enjoyed every minute I spent hanging out with him. It's just, and then I happened to ask him about, his name was Herb. And it turns out my friend's son is just like him, got the knack for this and that, love mechanics. And I said, hey, how's Herb doing? Oh, he died. Well, he didn't tell me, man. I was kind of hurt by that because, dude, the guy, the guy could teach you something in such a way that you weren't intimidated by what he was doing or what he was showing you if you've never done it before. Him and his brother Josh and would joking around with each other all the time, and I think he had a heart attack, whatever, but he had one of those do not resuscitate deals. So, but that's one of just people in my life. You never forget those sort of folks in your lives, man, because there's hardly anybody like them.
Kind of like Stick and my brother Tommy.
Yeah,
you met.
If you've never been in Ben and Christine's place and never met Ben, you go, holy shit, man. This guy's out there, man, But we weren't I was telling other folks, we had fun, even though we did the same thing in like 3 or 4 different spots. But all the same folks would come around. And Ben there, he liked his alcohol, and when we were down by that land that Stick used to own, the guy with the truck, I forget the guy's name. He come by and somebody gave Ben one of those shorty Jack Daniels deals, and one small one, miniature. I don't know what they call them, but he put that down, man. And I think Donnie said, "Man, that kind of rocked you a little bit, huh?" He goes, "Well, a little bit,
Yeah.
But him with that. Oh my God! Know this if you're going to move into Philadelphia. This chick is terrible, man. Benches in America, terrible. That thing with the chair though, that was you can see that coming. If you've never watched movies about any redneckish type folks, if you have, then you kind of know what's coming, sometimes. And when Ben backed that truck up, because we all knew he was lit up already, probably ain't hardly a time when he ain't got anything in him.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, I know when he left with that truck, he was already on his way. And I thought, well, I better, when I was sitting there and saw that truck, I better get up, man, because he might just hit me. And he hit that chair, sure as shit, man. you got like 4 or 5 people. Stop!
Yeah.
And then you say, hey, you almost hit him.
It'd be all right.
Yeah.
What's
That's
like,
amazing.
my dad, there's a man come around all the time, one of his friends, did work for my dad. My dad pay him and give him a jug to drink. And, well, he is going to clean the possum for us. We'd keep them in live traps or, in a cage because you can
Yeah.
run a catch a possum easy. They roll over on the back and just get them by the tail, put them in a cage and feed them corn and water for 3 days, let them clean themselves out.
Yeah.
And they're good eating. And that
Those
man,
things are Those things are nasty looking. They're nasty. They get mean, man.
well, see, we grew up hunting and fishing. We had a store, but Daddy wanted hunt and fish, and he'd always tell my brother, save them brains for me, son. Whenever my daddy or whenever my brother would go squirrel hunting, he'd say, save them brains for me. They
You
scrambled
sound
egg brains.
you sound like you had quite the dad, man. Like a lot of us would like to have had. You know, a
Yeah.
guy that teaches you stuff without bitching at you. You learn a lot from just watching him. And what he does and how he does it. The kind of person he is. Somebody that you'd be proud to brag about. Not a lot of us out here can do that. You know,
Yeah,
and
I thank God
even
for
though
my whole family.
even though you had him, even though you were young when he passed, you still had more quality time with him than I probably had my whole life with mine.
Yeah, if we was out and about, in a Corvette or a Cadillac, he always had a new Corvette or a Cadillac or both. And if he saw a cow that we wanted or he wanted to get, he'd put it up in the front seat. It didn't matter what we was in.
You put a calf. You mean you put a calf
Yeah,
up in the front seat of a Corvette?
yeah, yeah. Or a Cadillac. It didn't matter to him. He's just,
Yeah.
I mean, he had trucks and things. And like my brother said, whenever he was 12 years old, he said, whenever he was walking back or he's riding around the neighborhood on a horse,
Yeah.
and people would say, "Why are you riding that horse whenever you got a Cadillac or a Corvette to drive?" And he said, "My brother said that's just what he wanted to do, ride a horse. He didn't want the Cadillac."
Right.
I mean,
Probably grew up thinking about that, and then he had the chance to do it.
we're just good old country boys,
Yeah.
Me and this one here. My other brother Tony that you met, he's like a preacher man. He's a great guy. He's more into sports, and
Yeah.
he's wanting me to bring his kids fishing though, teach them to fish. I
But
said,
his name, was his name Robert, but you call him Tony.
no, it's Charles, same as my
Oh,
dad.
but you call him Tony though. So he's a junior.
Well, see, I didn't know that was his real name until one time at Mama's. We always met to have Sunday food,
Mm-hmm.
and she'd cook more than a buffet would have. And
Oh boy.
well, he said they was talking about so and so and so and so, and like thinking something was funny or Mama always giving nicknames, and he said that wasn't his real name, and I said what? And I said, heck, I've always known you as Tony.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't learn how to spell Anthony till I lived with my aunt and uncle in Ohio because I always used Tony, and I'm like, well, But my aunt says, "What do you mean you don't know how to spell?" I said, "I never used it. I don't even know if I ever saw it, written anywhere." Yeah, you see Jamie's message, all right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Lady
Yes.
Jamie, thank you.
Yeah. So
I
I'd
got,
like to see. I wish I had some money now. I'd come down. I'd have come down there and visit you because I like them folks down there. I
yeah, they're
like.
good country folks.
So you haven't seen Ben and Christine, have you?
I mean, I seen them out that day, and then I was going to the store though. I was on the other side when I first got up there,
Mhm.
And I thought, well, I'll stop by and say hey, but they went somewhere by the time I got done at the store. And you know how it is. If people, there's nothing to do up there except get-togethers and party at so and so's house, and
Well, what I like about it is people. Everybody stopped by is cool. Even those guys thought I was filming them, but you can be anywhere. But at any given time, you'd see any one of them every spot you went to. And they were all and in my mind, I never met them all, but in my mind, I go, this is pretty good company, man. Oh yeah, there's so and so got them old trucks coming around there. I forget his name, but you know,
he's want, he's wanting me to go with him to that country. I can't remember which country he said.
oh, El Salvador.
Oh, is that where it is? I was thinking it's Asian country.
No,
An
no,
Asian.
it was his daddy's down there in Central America,
Oh,
South
okay.
America.
So he wants me to go there also. I seen him. I fished with him last year. Him and his lady friend. He who he was seeing at the
What's
time.
that? What's that guy's name that has all those old trucks? What's his name?
I can't remember, but it's. I mean, I got it. I got his number and I got it in my head, but when I try to think about it, it just don't.
Oh, his dad was in Honduras because he said we were talking and I don't know how it came. I think it came about traveling was the conversation, and he said my dad down there with all them young in Honduras. And I'm thinking, get the hell! I would never. Man, your daddy got to be a little nutty to be down there, be a white guy, and it's pretty unstable around there, man. So, I
I'd
don't
say
know.
his dad's like with people he don't have to worry about.
Yeah. Okay.
His dad's guarded,
Okay.
a guarded
There's
fella.
a fellow Southerner of yours right here,
Hey,
Shooting Star, Mississippi.
hello, Bruce. It's great to see you, brother.
That was my mother's maiden name, last name, Bruce.
The oh, you
I
can
think I
attend the
think
Bruce
I think
Springsteen.
I think Bruce will be having some karaoke with tonight, I believe, if I'm correct.
I
He
seen.
hey, you know what, Bud? He's got a voice. His voice when he kind of he sounds. If you listen to him, he sounds a little like Willie Nelson. It when he ain't singing a real rangy kind of song.
I Bruce is a great guy. I think a lot of him and all of you all, and it's just
Yeah, yeah, he going on
and the
later.
ladies love his laugh. I was talking to a lady here a while back. She said, "I miss Bruce's laugh. I miss Bruce," and I said, "Yeah." I said he'll be on, because I see those.
I think smoking cigarettes got him that laugh.
And he's got him. Yeah,
But
I like to hear him sing. It's nice.
yeah, that I don't even have a. If I would have to sing to save my life, I'd be gone, man. Because I I can't carry a tune. That should be a different show. Yeah, can't carry a tune. Name that tune, and then you sit there hollering like freaking hee haw or something.
Oh, did I show you that? Did I send you that video of that thing coming down out of the sky that wasn't making any noise, Tony?
Nuh-uh.
Looked like a capsule. It was just right over here.
Jamie Bruce
Where
said,
I
"Oh, I don't know. You didn't. How long ago was this?"
I can't remember, but I sat down here at the pond filming these. Me and a lady friend there, and I forgot
Lady.
where she's at now. Yeah, I forgot where she's located at now, but her province. She's
Yeah.
building a house,
Oh,
and
okay.
uh, she was wanting to see the catfish, and I just sitting here, and
Oh,
I, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and it just gleaming bright white,
sure, it
like
wasn't a shooting star.
no, I mean it was just going slow. I can send you the video, and I took a screenshot, zoomed in with a screenshot, and it looked like some type of a metal. It wasn't white, but it looked white to your eyes, and
Okay.
it was metal though, and it was just slow as could be. And I thought, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you might have stumbled upon something. That's happening with now. Um, it's more believable these days. Nobody's trying to hide it from the public and other people's experiences or spotting something. They kind of know. They just haven't come out and told us or showed us. Because
Oh yeah,
I remember seeing one on a fighter jet was or airliner was a regular passenger plane was flying like a 757 or something like that. All of a sudden on the guy's wing there was this kind of V-shaped thing, and all of a sudden it stayed with him, and then it just hyper whatever and got just disappeared. And the
yeah,
guy said, "Man, did you see that thing?" So there are other folks out there. I don't think they're harmful because they'd have done that by now if they were. You know.
exactly. I mean, in the Bible, it's written that God came down in a silver ship, and Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by fire,
Okay.
or I forget how it was written, but I was thinking that's not fire, that's missiles.
This is
And
this
I mean, I've got this on video though. I'll forward it to you, Tony.
man.
I'll send it to you.
Well, it probably have to be in the regular messenger up off the plane because this messenger. Maybe my wife can help me out later, but I can send message. I mean, I can receive whenever I get a message sent to me, it doesn't show up.
See, I had
You
to
know?
go. Mine did that. I had to go into the settings and
Yeah.
put pop up or something like that, or I forgot their words, but
Ronald
mine
tried.
now. If I get when I get phone calls on mine, my phone does not ring on Messenger only.
Yeah, mine
That's
either.
the only
Well,
one that does not.
I had mine down for vibrate, and I was looking on there. I'm like, well, maybe when my son stops over next week because he got a cold this week. Oh, this is what I had to do this morning. This is my luck. I got to go to I went to the cardiologist this morning. So I'm on here. I get off of there. Well, I go out the door. I go, well, I can't wear these. I got to put some shoes on, not these flip flops. So I go back in and I put the things on. I went back out. Sure as shit, I left my keys in the house, man. Oh, and I'm about 45 minutes away from my appointment. I called him right away. I said, look, I might be a little late. The guy actually saw me early, which was cool. And my son, luckily, he was working on from the house because he came over, give me to open up the door for me. Oh my goodness. The first thing I thought of, what window can I break here? Because hey, Bruce says sound like ET wanting to phone home.
Oh, I didn't know if I sent it to Bruce,
Uh,
but it was really
you know what?
I
You
mean
know what?
I
I saw one. I saw something once where the guy, I think they were Navy pilots or they were on a ship. I think they were flying, but it showed this thing and it crashed into the water, and that brought to mind this which will happen if you have a drone over the water. It kind of, I think it disorients it, and it it has some effect on it, so where it really doesn't know what's going on or some shit. Hard to explain for me because I heard it once, but that could have been what that was. But they got stuff. People have come across this stuff. People don't. Craig, you had an experience with something like that, didn't you?
I did, yes. 2012, I saw one. Wow, I saw something. I don't know what it was. To this
I can
day, I don't
hardly
know
hear
what it
you,
was.
man. There
Yeah,
you go.
2012, yeah. I still don't know what it was. I have my suspicions, but yeah, it's very close to me, 30 feet.
I don't know if Craig or Brewster heard this. You wouldn't mind telling them, would you?
It's like it's like a Sunday night. I went outside. I'm sitting on my porch on front steps, having a smoke and a coffee, and then down the driveway, I got carport and a garage, and then all of a sudden, a massive light above the garage, and I couldn't. It was the brightest light I've ever seen, and I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. It was
Oh
that bright.
boy.
And anyway, and then yeah, I thought that was it, and then when I come back inside, my wife and kids are going, "Where you been? We've been looking for you for 45 minutes. We couldn't find you." I said, "I was just outside having a coffee and a smoke." And yeah, and after that experience, my whole life changed. I couldn't.
They
Yeah, uh,
they they didn't. They looked for you where you were and you weren't there.
yeah. And I thought it was like only 2 minutes had passed, but about 50 minutes had passed. So
You know
yeah,
what? You know what? I
so
think.
weird.
Well, whatever it is, man. I mean, it's got to be friendly-ish. I guess with this new telescope they got, they can see into other galaxies a lot better. They can identify stuff. They have their names for it, like a Earth, a planet that's very similar to ours but a little larger, and it would just take light years to get there. But it seems to have the same things we have with the water and enough stuff that could support life. And I saw something on these Russians, the dark side of the moon. They don't go there anymore. These Russians, I don't know whether the guy was full of shit or not, but uh, this guy said that uh, it was like a duplicate of the person they were with, and it wasn't them anymore. They went into they were mining, or they were digging down into some, on the moon on the dark side, like a shaft, and I think there were three of astronauts went Russian, and the guy disappeared. And then when they went out to look for him, I could be wrong about the whole scenario, but it's pretty much the gist of it. The guy one guy was knocking on the capsule from outside, but when it was the guy that looked like him, but they gave up on because this guy fell into the hole or whatever. And the person outside the spaceship had no eyes. The duplicate of the guy they were looking for. So they got the heck out of there, they said. And even the astronauts here said there's a reason why they quit going up to the moon, and especially on the dark side. So, um,
You have to wonder with the moon because what they went there 9, 10, 11 times in 8 years or whatever, and then all of a sudden they never been back. So who knows? I don't know. All I know is it changed my life forever
well,
and
yeah,
made everything clear in my mind. But it's not the experience I had. The thing I find hard is how do you get on with your life after that experience? How do you live with it? And then how do you, when you realize that everything is a total lie? But anyway,
Yeah. Well,
It don't really matter. I mean, we already know they lie to us, but I sent that to you, Tony, and
okay. You sent it to
I mean,
Whitman.
we're lied to. All men and women have been lied to all of our lives. Not just lies, but truth also. But you know,
I,
uh, people will be people, and I just wish, and I always tell people straight out the truth. It's
yeah.
just that easy.
yeah,
I,
I don't know.
I, it's I think the denial of all this stuff is just that everybody wants to be the top dog that expose it all or whatever. But um, you know what? That would set a lot of people's minds at ease too. If what they felt or thought was confirmed that okay, I wasn't such a crazy sucker that you thought I was, and what I thought wasn't due to alcohol or any kind of weed or any drug, but this is what I experienced. Like
Well,
you're saying, you know,
sometimes it's best if we don't know certain things, though. Also,
hey, you know what? I was when I was a kid. Not that it was wrong, but I was more comfortable with the government lying to me because I didn't have to. I didn't have to process this constant, uh, uh, where you're taught to not lie and do this and that the right way, and then you have people running the government that lie every day. That when they're asked a direct question, they dance around that question, use bigger words that pretty much amount to. Uh, nah, they're stupid. They don't understand me. I just the older I get, and the more I realize how full of crap a lot of these world leaders are. And for what they do and how they do it, and when you lie or connive, for us we'd be in prison, but they call it politics. So what is you know, what are those people that they're supposed to set an example for us, but they're two-faced, double talking, whatever. You know, I don't I liked it better when I didn't know how much they lied to me because now it irritates you, you know. It really you really have a different feeling about that kind of thing now.
well,
Yeah.
Tony, you've mentioned one of you had mentioned something about different places in the world. Things are well, like the UF. What I sent you, Tony, that video and that picture.
What
Um,
did wait a minute, Bud? What did you send it to?
to your messenger.
Not don't send it to send it to my phone number on the message. I don't know what the hell that one's called. You
Oh,
know what
okay.
I'm saying?
Text.
Text. Yeah, exactly. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. God, I couldn't think of that.
But
Yeah.
100 and something yards, Craig and everyone. I've got some Bluetooth speakers, and I had them up here in the garden on my tomato cages.
Hmm.
And while I was planting, and I mean, I can't walk from one side of the garden to the other without it losing signal. It won't go that far. But I went down to my house to get some water, and on my back porch, I was going to play this song I really love. It's
Hmm.
"Oh My by Blue October,"
Hmm.
and well, I couldn't hear it, and I was thinking, what? And I turned the volume up, and my speakers up here was playing in the field, 100 and something yards away.
Well, October. That's pretty. That groove's pretty out there for the countryish type guy.
Well, I like that song "Hate Me,"
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard. I know what you're saying. I like it too.
and
I,
"Oh
I
My
spent
My."
I spent the majority of the early 2000s and um, in the missing out on all this good music. I didn't have time for it really, but now they're calling that old stuff, and I mean, gee,
I love the 70s and 80s music because I grew up
I-
cruising town with my brothers, in their hot rods.
yeah. I like a little bit of everything throughout the history. I just wouldn't go out and buy records for it. I like a lot of the blues stuff. Uh, for me, oh my God, the mid '60s to the later '70s, where with Led Zeppelin, the Who, and all that, and AC/DC. I'm like, golly, man. I mean, I lived that time. You can always tell somebody that's older than you that you can appreciate what they've experienced, but when you've lived that time, man, it is it's something special. It really is. And at the time, you don't know it because I'm like, well, if Led Zeppelin if they don't come here, I'll see them in a couple of years. Stevie Ray Vaughan died here at Alpine Valley. The helicopter guy went right into the side of the mountain because it was foggy. And I thought, well, he's there. He'll come. I'll see him another time, but I didn't get to because of what happened. So, Elton John, all those guys, the 60s and the mid 60s up 70s, there were a lot of singer-songwriters. You could listen to every kind of music except country on one station. Now it's all segregated, but oh my God, that was super. See, Jamie, come up here. You wouldn't have to type so many messages. Carpenter's boy, they sure put out a lot of songs for her dying young at 28, because they're to me, I have never heard anybody that duplicated her voice.
Can you see the moon there? She's beautiful tonight.
Who?
The moon.
Is that in the middle?
Yeah, it's right up here, right there.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
covering it with the moon.
That may be a quarter moon, huh?
No, it's a full moon. It's
Really?
glowing in a pinkish glow on the outside. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah.
And right over here, there's lightning all the time. It's just whenever there's a storm blow come through, it just stays right there in one spot, and that's not normal here.
Hey, you know what? But Brother Brewster's got a good sense of humor, man.
Oh yeah, I didn't say what he said.
I was just thinking about it, but from a couple frames ago. Yeah. What time Bruce started his thing? He started that at what? 10 p.m. Bruce.
Oh goodness, yeah, 10:04 here.
So I still got 10 people here, man. It's pretty good for this time of the day for me.
My brother's wife got him some bagels, rabbit bagels, Craig.
This is always easier said than done, but you really gotta enjoy what you have, man, and who you have it with. It's just for some of us, it takes a lot longer in life to realize these things. When your time gets shorter, man, you want to crunch in as much as you got, much as you can, because you just don't know. But if I had one wish for everybody, it'd be that they could experience the best stuff from the beginning if they haven't, in their lives, and not have to wait so long for maybe something to get righted, some wrong to get righted, or you value the way you appreciate and value things. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. Okay. Well, Bruce got about 50 minutes to tone up that voice. He's probably in the bathroom right now, clearing his throat and doing all those singing exercises. If you wanna enjoy a lot of different music, Bruce, if you have a chance, you go to when you go to Philippines, you go to I think it's in Pasay. Me and my wife were there, the Cowboy Grill. I think it used to be an old theater because it has a balcony. And these guys, oh, I think it cost me, I don't know what it was to get in there, I forget, but oh man, music was awesome. I don't know what's going on with the place nowadays because of what, but super. Yank's always giving me what good advice, good wisdom, yeah. You always remember that when you get old. When you get older, Jamie, too, you don't have to go, well, I wish I would have this more and that more, because it might not seem like it to a lot of people, but your daughter remembers every moment. Kids know more than they let on. They know more. I knew more the way my dad was with me. I knew that wasn't it just childhood wise that sucked, but they would say or do things, and you know what the heck's going on. Kids are they're not stupid. They're very smart, and they know. Now you're never a dinosaur because there's always somebody older than you. That's the way you look at it.
Need a lot of gravy eating dinosaur.
Eat a lot what?
She said, I read that as I'm eating dinosaur right now. So you need a lot of gravy when you're eating dinosaur. You need a big bowl of gravy. All right. Poor attempt at a joke.
Eating dinosaur right now, huh? You're talking to some folks that are. Let's see. Bruce is in the chat, so I think Bruce is older than me. So I'm feeling kind of good right now.
I wish I'd have brought Mike with me.
What was that?
I've got to unload everything before.
Hey, is that you, bud?
Say what? Yes.
What are you doing there in the dark, man? Can we trust you?
Sounds like he's on the moon.
Yeah. He either got disconnected or he was involved in something we shouldn't have been listening to. I don't know. Or he didn't. We weren't intended to be listening to it. Yeah, Jamie, you're what, in your 30s, early 30s, mid 30s? I used to think to myself, man, my dad was ancient when he was 40. And the thing of it is, you know when you're a kid and you grow up. But even when you grow up, you still have who you are in your shape, the way you turn out. That's determined early on in life. And a lot of times, when you're 12 or 14, 15, you kind of have a little of that mindset, only with more wisdom, more smarts. But I used to think you would be so far removed from all that stuff that it wouldn't even be, on your mind. But that's why it's important when kids are younger and you're shaping them, molding them how they're going to turn out. And you can do all the right things you want. You just got to hope they're blessed enough that they're going to be able to use those things you taught them, plus maybe even more to avoid the dumb things that you've done. I appreciate the best thing that could ever happen to anyone on earth is the birth of a child. And to me, nothing beats that. Even if you've had a few of them, it's always special. It's more special than your first love, anything. And I know death is part of living, but I'm still not a fan. I don't like it. I ain't looking forward to it. I got a lot more things I got to get done. So, you know, hopefully I'll get that. Yeah, that foster care thing must have been rough, man. You try to attach yourself to somebody, or and it keeps changing. You know. Yeah, there's a couple of people here on YouTube that, and I had an ex brother-in-law. I mean, my brother-in-law passed away, and him and his sister were adopted by family friends of my parents. Back they were known each other since '57. They're all gone, but my mom now, and she pursued her biological mother, to find out this and that. And her mother had a couple kids before her and after her, but for whatever reason, she was giving up. She's kind of a wild child. Had the best husband in the world, beautiful daughter, and didn't care, no matter what. Yeah, that stinks, man. You really gotta be strong-minded. You really do. You really do. Yeah. You were offered a stripping job once. Of course. One thing leads to another with that too, man. You think when you get older you can't be used or abused. I feel sorry for a lot of folks though. The opportunity there in the world isn't there anymore. It just isn't. Yeah. Yeah, when you've had childhoods or things in life, you can understand what somebody's talking about. Even though I had parents there, but I always felt like I was, mom, yeah, dad was a shouter, mom was a shouter, and, everybody yelled. So whether you know it or not, you go, I won't grow up like that, but most times you do. You just do. And lucky for me, I realized things and changed them. My dad never thought he was doing anything wrong, the way he was. But my children didn't have to experience that I did, so that's why it's real important for me with the young one I got, that I do all I can for him, and my wife. So when I'm gone, they got something, So it's more of a priority for me because I'm not 30, so yeah. When you see that though, man, it's like I seen that on my job, driving early mornings or late nights, and I'd see this woman, man. I don't know why anybody want to be with her anyway, but she was very turned up by the drugs, and she had a nice looking dress on. I thought to myself, you look what she's doing, Certainly can't be enjoying this, and it really must have wrecked her mind, But I didn't know any of them growing up. I think a few people I knew sold weed, but that was it. The people I hung around, I had like 2 or 3 good friends. That was it. That's all I needed, really. But I wasn't subject to that. I didn't have parents that did that kind of thing. Yeah. We haven't seen her in a month, though, Bruce. She's shining. She's hiding from us. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff controls them. A couple of my kids, classmates, they died overdose. You know, one cousin on my mom's side, her it was my auntie's funeral, her grandmother's funeral. He died like 2 weeks after that. OD'd on heroin. You know, you would have known it looking at him that he had ever tried that shit, but some people do. I never, when I was a kid, you know, I only did a little weed once in a while. I didn't have I knew what I didn't want to be, you know. I had a hard enough time being what I wanted, you know, under the circumstances, but I know I didn't want to. I wanted to move away from the neighborhood I lived in because it sucked, and I can live there, but I wouldn't want to put my family through it. But we're all here today because most of us, or all of us, really, that I know, have done the right thing most of our lives. You know.
Yes.
I just think where would any I know I'd be kind of like I don't know where the hell I'd be today when this pandemic started. Man, plus I had a surgery, you know, to the brain there, and I didn't think that I'd have been out of my mind, man. You know, I wouldn't have had any release for any of it, you know, any of it. You know, but this way, you know, I got to experience other folks. And it's part of the reason why I do these things I do. Because sometimes I'm thinking, I don't feel like doing that anymore, you know? But then when I haven't seen somebody for a while, then I go, oh, yeah, okay. You know, I feel a little bit differently about it. Oh, boy, Bruce is he's hamming it up there, man. We might have to tell these folks to get their own channel here. Good people are good people. I said Bruce is a good man a long time back, and believe me, I if I say somebody, then they are because I do not say things like that I don't mean. You know, some folks will say that just every day about anybody, but not me. I'd like to think that the company I keep is the best company a person could have. That isn't putting down anybody else that's not, you know, in my circle of acquaintances and friends here. But, you know, I think a guy like Brewster, I think he's been like that all his life, you know. What I think about when I see somebody like that is like love and family, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty patient too. I don't know. I think his patience were pushed the other week when some Filipino guy was promoting his channel and you know, was a kind of a middleman or whatever for OFWs there in Canada. Went into recovery for what, 96, for what, alcohol? You know what, though? You know what? I got to say this, man. People that fight those demons. I worked with a few people that used to do that. You know, couple of wrong things, but you could see it, even though they had changed their ways. I could still see it when I'm looking at them, talking to them. I can still see that they're still fighting it. You know, that they could be a hair away from going back to whatever they were involved in. You know,
That's the toughest in my life, and that if you get pissed off with your life, and then you decide to make that change, but it's the hardest change you ever do, because not only are you battling whatever addiction or whatever, but you have to cut everyone else off you know, because all you've known is people around you in the similar situation. So you require a lot of strength because you have to do it all by yourself.
I have not always done the right thing in life, but I always knew enough that I don't want to do that. I know I don't want to do that. That's just I just wished I'd have had a better, parenting. It made me. I had to. Judy's back, Jamie. I had to. I had enough sense to know that what this will do to you if you do it, and that isn't where I want to be, So that way I had that, but I was a shouter, just like my parents were, and my dad was a poor example for a husband, and that made probably why I've been married 3 times now, but. And I used to think, I ruined some perfectly good lives, people that tried and tried, but I just didn't care enough, But I wouldn't be where I am today and have the family I have if I, had it made from the start. So, they're all good people. They just I always hear people say, well, he had a certain example, and I used to think, well, you can overcome that, but believe me, a lot of ways that my father was, and I was like that. I wasn't totally like him, but I was a lot like him. I just had enough sense to know my effect. Now, when he died, when I had my kids' baseball teams here and that, and all the success we had, I had confidence. I mean, I didn't have confidence; I had ability, so I would just fold, And that reminded me when I was a kid. So I got these. I took kids that a team that was 4-13 one year, and drafted all the kids I drafted, and be 18-1 the next year, because a lot of kids today like to quit, My dad didn't back me on nothing, it was me. I had no brothers. So but it was, I was sitting there one day, and some people used to get I used to brag about my success with the coach, because I was pretty, everybody knew it. I used to get compliments all the time. All the kids wanted to play for me, all the parents. And then when my dad died one day, and I'm sitting there and I thought, yeah, no wonder they get mad, because I was always tooting my own horn, because I never got that, I never had my dad going, hey, that was a great game. Just when you lost something or didn't do it right, he would go, just throw his arms up like, what happened? I remember I ran a track meet. It happened a couple of times, but I ran a track meet. I was way ahead of the entire. I was ahead the entire race going into the last turn, and my body, I couldn't move. It turned out I had a what do you call it? A nerve canal, and I didn't know it. And I finished second, obviously, and I turned around. My dad came to one track meet, and I looked, and he throws his arms up like he was mad. Right then and there, when I saw that, I thought, "F him, man. I'm done with that," because I overheard him say one time. My mom said, "Why don't you help him with this? Why should I? He'll only quit." Oh my God, I was so hurt by that. 7 brothers and 6 sisters.
Big family.
Yeah, my mother's outlook on it was don't get in a fight. So you end up growing up most of your childhood getting your ass kicked because you got a smart mouth like your father, but you don't. Your mom tells you not to fight, but I turned that thing around. With the cuffs on me. Uh-oh. He may take you up on that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw that. But I saw that. You did you boot yourself off or are you coming back or what? I'll leave that technical stuff to my son. I got a docking station, all that stuff, so I probably gonna end up shipping this all-in-one HP I got desktop, but I'm gonna take the hard drive out. So you don't want to leave that in the computer, and then I'll transfer everything off of this one onto a new one. I'll use this. I kind of like this for. I'm on the smaller one right now, but I kind of like the. I kind of like the screen size on the other one. I think I'm going to get a. I'll probably get a smaller laptop next and have a 27-inch monitor, so it's easier on the eyes too. If you fight, wait for them to throw the first. Yeah, my mother did that. So, and then I didn't have any confidence, I tell you. But I had people I didn't know stick up for me sometimes. One guy yelled at me. He said, "Some guy come pick a fight with me." Guy was a big, and I was eating my lunch. Then the guy pushed me off the chair or something, and I went and picked that chair up. People thought I was going to throw it at him. And then one of the Spanish guys I went to school with, he says to me, he goes, "Why?" He said, "Don't let him do that. Why are you letting him do that?" He got mad at me because I didn't do anything. And then I got chewed out by the principal as though I did, the assistant one. So that might have not won me a whole lot more fights. I wouldn't have been a smart aleck like my dad. But then a lot of times when I was a kid, if you showed somebody, they would always have to come at you with a bunch of kids. But if you showed them you weren't afraid, they wouldn't mess with you no more. Popeyes. Oh, Bruce got chicken. He got that hard food, huh? Yeah. You know what? On my job when I was driving the bus, this girl, it was 5:30 in the morning when I picked up the kids at one end of the route, and I took them to the other side of the city. This one girl was doing nothing but John and bad mouthing this other one, calling her all kinds of names. And I'm thinking, this is the best part of your life, What are you wasting it being like that? So down the line, the girl she's John to, they get off. The one with the loudest mouth got her ass kicked, big time. And I thought, look at that gotcha, man. The other one was trying to avoid it, but oh man. One girl rode my bus from school. She said she was afraid of this other girl. The other girl was small but had a big mouth. And this girl was a regular girl. She didn't want to do any fighting, She was a girly type girl. And she got on my bus talk. She was talking about one day. Oh, you don't know that the things this girl has done. I said, you know what? This girl's done things because everybody lets her do things. Believe me. if you wanted to go nuts on her, you would change your way of thinking. You got to let her know that she can't be doing this to you, you know. And if you do that, then everything will be better. But you can't be going living in fear, going to school in fear, and all that stuff. Oh, Tanai's on. She's usually on earlier. Boy, Friday night's the night. Well, you got everybody on here tonight. You got all this competition, Bruce. Is this the is this the man that went to the casino? Oh, he'll he'll come back. Verona says hello. He's got like about 10 aliases, huh? He must have lost it if he's not on. Uh-oh. All right, how much did they scalp you? Ronald, did you get scalped? Chris,
Did you have?
love the dried fried fish, huh? Chris, who's Chris, Judy? Is that your husband? I love popcorn chicken, man. But I went to this place and I can't believe uh, they had stuff that probably been in there for quite a while. It was rock hard. And I'm thinking to myself, you charge what you charge, but you're giving me this. Yeah, Jamie's a scrappy girl, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't mess with her. Mike, now working, get it working then. You're the professor, remember? It's your honey bun? Mm. You can take you out for a 2-piece. Let's see what we got here. Bruce there, shooting star there. He has karaoke on his. I've seen other people have their live stream start now, but I don't remember them having theirs at this time of the night. I knew these two guys that their mother's Sicilian, you know, and they're these guys. To see them, you'd be afraid of them, but they're some of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet, and they were hell raisers, you know, into stuff all the time. And one of them was telling me once they got in trouble at school, and and their mother came down there, and their mother's, they went to a Catholic school, and the mothers were in the principal's office, the mother superior, or whoever that was, and the mother was cussing up a storm. Hey, my boys ain't doing that. They're goddamn liar. You know, these people are lying. Oh my gosh. You know, and their dad was easygoing, but that guy, I mean, the mom was like, you know, the things they were saying, the things that were being told about the kids, a lot of it may have been true, but the mother swore that they weren't like that. You know, it was funny to hear that. Yeah, this paint attention. 5 foot tall, 89. Yeah, you know what? I don't know about today. It might be really, I don't, risky. They're giving a lot of people like to settle things with guns or knives. But when I was in school, all you had to do, win or lose, didn't matter. All you had to do was show, you know, people that you weren't afraid to stick up for yourself, and you'd be left alone. You wouldn't be messed with again. I got into it with a kid because I normally wasn't like that, but he just set me off. I got yelled at from the teacher because I was supposed to know better. But the kid hit me right below the eye, and I got black and blue, and I hit him good. And we're in the principal's office, and this guy says, "Well, I hope you learned your lesson." I laughed at him. Yeah, he never messed with me again. And I find out later his friend said that well, he was going to jump in if he was losing. I didn't give a shit. I mean, when you're wound up like that, yeah, you go ahead, man. You sucker punch me is one thing, but when I'm wound up like that and I'm in the mood, I'll get to you. It just may take a little while, but yeah. Yeah, my aunt and uncle were like that, man. You still gotta talking to if you got either side of the fight you were on, you still got to talk to. But my uncle was the kind of guy where if you were sticking up or because you weren't going to let anybody beat on you, he'd back you. Oh, sure, man. Anybody. I felt sorry for that girl. These girls just get on my bus to high schoolers and whatever. That one girl said, "Well, I like him." I was like 38, 37 at 38, something like that. And I hear him talking back there. He's old enough to be your dad or something like that. That wasn't what I was talking about. I was just giving her confidence in that I've seen people like the ones that were bothering her, and if she wanted to, she could beat them. Get a private chat button right there. Is really not that private. Ooh. Yeah. Still got 9 out there. You guys are putting pressure on me. Thanks to everyone for attending tonight. Yeah. And hello to my wife's family and my boy, my youngest one. What? Red. That lipstick pink. Change to dark blue years later. Wow, went from one extreme to the other, huh? One thing about colors like that are that deep, you gotta have quality paint for one, and sometimes it takes 2 coats. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. man. Oh, I got a freaking appointment tomorrow. I can't forget that. I just reminded myself for the second time I had to go do some blood work. My regular doctor just had had some blood drawn, but then the cardiologist looked and he hadn't seen that it was tested now. I hope that doesn't cost me. Didn't have a boyfriend in high school, huh? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I didn't pay a whole lot of. I spent more time outside the high school than I did in it. That's for sure. Her attitude back then, well, it changed in '80 when I graduated. But growing up, you were going to get to see, you can get a good paying job with or without a diploma. So it didn't mean as much. Well, Professor, you getting that mic? Take that thing off of mute. Because we're getting about 17 minutes away from Shooting Star MS. That's Shooting Star, Mississippi. He lives in. He does some karaoke for a couple hours, 3-4 hours maybe. I gotta get my I could have my blood drawn today. I was in the right place, but didn't have any time. What? You're what? Professor for the second time. Here he is.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with this thing. I'm gonna have to unplug the camera, I guess, because I get that red box pops
Yeah,
up.
well, Judy's excited that you're here.
Hey Judy, what's going on? Hey, I got a new command center.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
she can't see it because I'm stuck in this picture.
You showed me today.
Yeah. Oh, we was up and down, Tony, at the casino. We was up, and then they shut all the machines off, and we kept going down after that.
So you broke even then, or what?
No, I mean all the money that I'm playing with, it was their money from the day before yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So I ain't losing nothing. It's their money, but I
Yeah.
still managed to walk out with 400.
There you go. You went and spent how much?
I had 400 when I went there.
Oh, she broke even. That's what I said.
Yeah, but what's the difference? I won.
You won. Yeah, if it makes your psyche feel better, you won, man.
You're damn right I won. It's
You
hard
made-
work trying to gamble, son. You
That'll
should know.
That'll help pay for that airline ticket.
Oh, hell no. VA paid for that.
Yeah.
What's
Mr.
up, brother
Craig's
Craig?
Ronald, how are you? Did you clean
I'm
out the
good.
casino?
If you see a smile on my face, you know I'm all right.
That's good.
No bedroom anymore.
No, I got some health issues. I need to get my feet on the floor. The toe, my big toe and my right foot is numb because of my back and my sciatica, so I can't sit up there like I used to anymore. I have to sit up.
You know what? Normally it's a warning sign, but when I sleep, I end up putting my left my left leg swells up because while I'm sleeping, I put my I forget what you call that bone, man, ankle and I press on the top of that foot hard, in my sleep. So while I was sitting here like I do, or I'm standing up too long, my left leg will swell up.
Damn. What is
And
it from?
it happens when I'm sleeping. So, I have a habit of putting a lot of pressure on that foot for some reason. I don't know why, but
Mm-hmm.
no bed, Ronald. Oh my God.
No, I'm thinking about taking this IKEA bed to the fucking dumpster too.
Aren't you going to just abandon everything when you leave for good?
I might, yeah. Well, I'm gonna ship some of my stuff, and then, matter of fact, old boy
Well,
came by today and got those 4 boxes out of here finally.
it'll be a little getting used to, but not
Mm.
that much. But I'm telling you, once you go, you ain't going to want to come back. So I know you
I
have
already
to.
know. I already know that.
Oh my God.
But and I know one of those 4 boxes. I got some secret government documents.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Then they'll decide to open it up. You probably got some of that stuff Trump took, huh?
Yeah, I got all the sequences to the nuke codes.
What? I don't know. You know what? You know what I want? I mean, there's the dude, he's still making, and people that follow him, I don't mind anybody, but it's time for people to let go of that. You know what I mean? Oh my God. It's just time. This country, look what you end up with because of that. You end
Yeah,
up
but
with some guy that
Tony,
don't even know, some guy that can't even count the fucking 10.
right? But it ain't. It's not like he stole a cookie out the cookie jar. He's
No,
the
I
bloody
mean,
president of the United States. I mean, he's the commander in chief of the most powerful country in the world, and he's pulling these shenanigans. And every
but
other president before him did the right thing. This dude's a
no, I
straight up
don't.
ass narcissist idiot.
I just think what he did uh, was out in the open. Others, I'm sure, others have done stuff, that wasn't right or moral or whatever. But
Yeah,
you end up with Biden because of that.
that's all right. Biden know how to play the game. Now, if you was
Just
an
told him.
employee of Trump and you held your oath to the bone, and he does this in front of you, what you gonna do? Resign or stay there and put up with it?
He ought to be quiet. That's what he needs to be.
Mm-mm.
I'm
My boy, my boy Mike keep telling me, no, he's Teflon Don. He's gonna get away with it. Not this.
no, he's pushing that envelope too much, man.
Not this. I mean, give a knucklehead enough rope, he gonna hang himself, and that's
And you
what he did.
still, you got people really against what the FBI, outreaching. I could really give a shit. You know what I mean? So many things that, like I was saying earlier, you get brought up that you taught right from wrong, and it just seems these guys just screw all that up. They teach you that all
Trump
the
was never taught right from wrong. He was only taught wrong.
my God. But anyway, at least we're all sane here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah, but ain't no bloody way he gonna get away with this.
Ronald, yeah, you ain't alone, Judy. I thought something was wrong the other day when he wasn't in his bed. I thought, they're
I'm
gonna
on
have
the
a
I'm
they're
on the
gonna have to get
sofa now.
a sponge foam rubber thing and with a cutout that when he walks, he looks like he's in the bed.
You wait till I
Oh,
get to the Philippines, Judy. I'm gonna be on the floor.
yeah, it's gonna get hotter than hell for him to wear that bed now.
I'm gonna be on the floor. No, I told Jonah before I get there, she better put a bed up in there. I'm not sleeping on the floor.
Nah. You know what though? It ain't such a bad thing for the back, but it is hard when you wake up because it's a long way up.
For you, it is. You taller than me.
I'd rather come down, put my feet on the floor when I swing them over, not have to do a push up or, to get out of bed.
Break dance to get up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that pretty much sets the tone for my day, you know.
Mhm.
Well, I thought about doing this physical work, but I did all that physical shit getting out of bed. So
Nope. Jonah's gonna do all the changing. I ain't
I
touching nothing.
yeah, he's gonna have to change some sheet because he probably got like that mattress he's on, and that sheet probably got a permanent indentation of his silhouette
Mhm.
of his body on there, you know.
Well, I got that from a dead guy's house, so his is already there.
Ah, so you got his dead skin on your mattress, huh? Holy Christ. Oh,
He pushes me around every night. You know,
oh yeah.
I got the Oswald in the house.
You can buy how much dead skin and all the rest of that shit went
Let's
on
see,
that mat
where do we go?
before you got it.
Ain't nothing wrong with dead skin. We all got it.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'll be back in a moment.
That wasn't a complete disaster. I still managed to make it out of there with $200, Tony. Today was a good day, even though they shut the machines off. Dirty bastards. We were doing good too. Me and Mike. He was betting 40 cents, getting $40 hits on 40 cents. I'm like, you can't beat that. And then the last time I caught up with him, he was down to $14. He took it all back. I said, oh shit, let's go. So we just jumped in the car. Took about 35 minutes to get back. That blinding western sun. That's why I'm still wearing these. It was killing me coming driving. So how you been, Craig?
Yeah, I chopped the top of my little finger off on Wednesday.
Holy shit!
Uh, so
Oh
I've been
no!
in a bit of pain.
Ooh, did they give you some some good painkiller?
Yeah, well, the first when I was at the hospital, and then the next day they give me morphine. But then I don't know whether it was the morphine or it was the antibiotics they gave me. Then about 3 o'clock the next day, I was throwing up every
Oh
half
no!
hour for about 10 hours. So I stopped taking both of them, and then I stopped throwing up. So don't know what was going on there.
Right. Probably both.
Yeah, I don't know. So feel a bit better today. It's just throbbing away.
Good on you then. Good. Damn. So now,
Mm.
just the tip of the pinky?
Yeah, just the nail on the tip. So, but just like it was a metal blade on a compressor, so it's like it went like shaving ham off the top of my finger.
Mmm.
Just touched it really quick. I don't know how it happened, but just like glanced it. But it went after about 5 minutes of holding it and the blood everywhere. I thought, nah, it's a bit more than a band-aid. I'll have to go to hospital.
Right. Damn.
Yeah, but
So you get
anyway,
workman's comp?
nah, it was my day off. I was just at home.
Oh
Nothing
shit.
in there.
Damn.
I got
I've been
the old,
making a claim.
nah, I just have to wear it. It's all right. It's like no ligament or no breakage or anything, just the tip. So
Oh, good thing you're not here in the States, boy. We make that thing to a grand case. OSHA be all over the place.
yeah,
Yeah.
my own fault. But anyway,
Now, how you doing, Judy? I ain't seen you in a live stream in a long time. Last time, what was that? At Mama H's. She was doing that mall walkthrough. I was there that day. By the time I came back, though, she was gone. Hey, Tony, you take your meds?
Yeah, just now.
Oh, cool.
Just
Oh, they just
forgot.
the doctor gave me some new blood pressure medication, talking about, yeah, just take those with the other ones, and then if you have any adverse side effects, just call me. I'm like, I read up on it. I'm like, make you tired, dizzy, drowsy. I'm an Uber driver. What the hell I want to take that for? I told her I'll take them, but if I do take them, it'll be at night when I'm going to sleep. I don't try. And then they say it could give you a heart attack. Why would I want to take that shit?
Exactly. You're
Yeah,
gonna fall asleep and have a heart attack. That's good.
yeah. I'm like, I didn't have this problem before this pill, so why are you giving me this problem? I'm not
Listen,
gonna take them. I'll tell her I'm taking them. I'm just not gonna take them. It's the smoking that's jacking up the blood pressure. I'm not drinking, so that can't be it. And
I
then I
got
got, huh?
double mine
Double.
from 5 to 10.
Oh no.
'Cause my blood pressure was high. I've been on 5 for a couple of years now, but I think I need a little more because it was like 147 over 86. So
Or
80, 85 is the limit for me.
Judy, that was a long time ago.
Oh man.
Atlantic City. The
Hey,
last time I went to Atlantic City, my sister and them, we was using the buckets to get the quarters.
when I was Vegas, spend money, have to wait forever for a beer, Uh, but all these other smart guys were at the nickel slots. Them little Asian waitresses were bringing them MGDs up the butt. So you go in there and spend $1, get drunk.
Right? Free
Oh my!
beer.
I'm telling you, every age and oh my God. Whew.
Don't then get the watered down bottom shelf liquor.
No, I didn't. We didn't have that. But no, me and my fellow cheap guys were in there with the nickels, man.
Mm.
They had some friends in from town, so they take them to the Treasure Island Casino there in nickel slots. I don't even know if they have nickel slots anymore. That was like
No, they don't
1999.
have slots at all unless they got some old ones in Vegas
Yeah, that was well.
and Reno. But
Yeah,
everywhere else, it's that automatic stuff with the tickets. You don't even get cash out.
we
No
went.
more.
My ex-wife had business there. I tagged along, and I think I spent $10 in the Wheel of Fortune and won 1,200.
Mm, that's a
So
jackpot.
yeah, so all these lights were going off. You're like, what the hell? And at first, the girl says, "Yeah, you won like $500." Oh, that's cool. And all of a sudden, another one came back. Said, "No, you got 1,200." So we spent like $40 more and got the hell out of there. Then
You got to pay taxes on 1,200.
I don't know if we ever did or not. I can't remember. All I know is she had seminars to go to all day, and I'm up there by myself. I don't want to go out to the pool. It's hotter than hell. No,
Mm-hmm.
no sewers or nothing. So when it rains, it freaking rains. So I went upstairs and I know the number to the safe. I open the safe. I'll give me a little gambling money. I didn't ask her or tell her. I went downstairs, like I was saying to you earlier today, and I could see how people get hooked on that, man, because I had to stop myself. I made back what I spent, and I left it alone. And I've never been back or gambled, that way ever again, because
Uh-oh. Oh, that's my son calling me. Hold on.
goes to Atlantic. So Judy, you know where Seaside Heights is, then, huh? I think that's Tom's River. Was that south of Atlantic City? I had some good times out there, boy. Oh my God. I was in the army in school. Oh my goodness. 19 years old, 18, 19 years old, a little money, and they go to this little town where it's so small. And the drill sergeant happens to be the bartender there too. So, oh man, one of my friends was classless though. Is there was a girl in our company that she's nice looking, but all this alcohol made her do stuff you shouldn't. Every parent would be ashamed of. So I'm in the bar. The friend that lives there in Tom's River goes. He went in the bathroom with her, and so the drill sergeant's there. I said, "Yeah, man, fucking Bob just went on the can get a blowjob." He comes in there and he goes, "Get the hell out of here." He said, "My friend comes back and goes, I don't know how he knew." Because you were classless. Then he goes, "Go over there to the tattoo parlor there, get her a cab back." We didn't live, we were short distance. So I'm waiting in there. Nothing happens. So I come back and I walked her back. And, she tried. And I said, no, 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 I ain't doing that, man. I'm like, I don't know what kind of life she was in, but it had to have been I'd be willing to bet it was a couple marriages at least, with God knows how many children. Yeah, I only do this. Boy, I got all of my videos loaded up to cover next year, but the last time I made a lot, I forgot how to do them, how to transfer them because it'd been so long. But I got some couple of nice pieces of. I'm in Milwaukee. When I was in Wisconsin, when I was in Seaside Heights, when I was in the Army, I was there for school at Fort Dix, and Seaside Heights was very near. And my ex-wife was on the phone. She hears this loudspeaker, with all this carnival kind of shit. She says, "What's that?" I said, "Oh, that's a circus. That's a carnival next door." But that was my first trip to the boardwalk. Yeah, and then that friend of mine lived in Tom's River. His dad had a sub shop there. Had good times out there. Real good. Too good I can't mention all of them here though. But I think I am going to get off of this live one, and then whoever wants to can stay or talk after the fact. But thank you for everybody come tonight. There were quite a few people. Thanks for that. And I'll see you all in the background next week.
All right, see you, Tony.
See ya.